We were talking about the real American republics back in 1928. We're talking about the organized American states. So all that time, when you thought that U.S. had states like Florida, California, et cetera, New York, those are not states. Those are counties. Those are the United States for the United States Corporation. So you should have in your notes the difference. You should have in your notes United States major and United States minor.
Pharmacy to get it.
Pardon?
And what is the product that's there?
All right, somebody's on the phone. All right. So you should have the difference. There's United States in your notes. You should have United States major and United States minor. United States major is the land and the people. The land and the people. United States minor is the corporation United States. Under United States major, you would have the pyramid or the Moorish American seal that you see me speaking from. Which is the mound builders or the pyramid builders. There's so many names for pyramids. United States minor would have the Aquila, which is the eagle seal. When you see or look at the U.S. bills, United States $1 bill, you see the eagle seal and the mound seal for our nation. Still there. But what was never taught to the people, that there is an organic United States and a corporation United States. When Marcus Garvey and Noble Drew Ali met is because of what happened in 1928 when Noble Drew Ali went to the United States, to the conference in Havana, Cuba, right? And as you see, it says right here, the 6th International Conference of the American Republics, and how they met in Havana, Cuba, January 16, 1928. Last week, I told you that at that time, Calvin Coolidge was the president. And they had to prove that they were the United States, the original United States. They were not able to prove it because Noble Drew Ali, he showed up and showed out and was able to get back the all-lodial title. All-lodial title. All of this should be in your notes. Especially the word all-lodial title. Why? Well, as you progress, you're going to realize the allodial title is something that you're going to need while managing a trust. An allodial title is what you're going to need when you are getting the title to your car, not the ownership, but having full title. Same with homes. Allodial. Even your estate. Allodial. So get familiar with that word. When Noble Drew Ali got the allodial title from the Pan American Conference, he was able to file it in the Library of Congress. So feel free to go to the Library of Congress or contact them. If you don't have their address and number, I'll have somebody put in the chat. But if you have your pens with you, the Library of Congress is at 101 Independence Avenue Southeast in Washington, D.C. The zip code is 20540. Thank you, P, for putting allodial in the chat. The definition of allodial: free from teenager, rights, and feudal overlords. I'll repeat the address. The address is the Library of Congress, located in 101 Independence Avenue, Southeast, Washington, D.C., zip code 20540. If you can give them a call or locate one of our nationals works there, or I don't want you to all bother her, but you can get in contact. She doesn't mind helping out with our people, getting information. Her name is Hayden Carla, or Carla Hayden. She don't mind to help get you information. All right, so when the allodial title was filed, it was filed in Chicago. It was also filed in County Cook, Illinois. If you can look on your screen, this is a declaration. When you declare your nationality, you would have a proclamation and a declaration. On the declaration that we provide, you'd also get the Cook County 1010-5905 number, where the allodial title was filed. In the US, it's called a 1099. In Canada and all over the world, it's called different things. In Canada, it's called a T5. In the United States, it's called the OID 1099. I want you to think, my older students, the veterans that's been here, I want you to think back to past classes that we've had that talked about the OID 1099. Is it coincidental that Noble Draw Lee filed it under Form 1099, and that in fact the 1099 OID has to do a lot with the people not paying, or it's been already paid for as an investment. As Moorish nationals, if you get documents from the temple or from our consulate or any temple for that matter, you should be able to see this on your document. Where it was booked, filed, recorded, Form 1099, book 521, page 579. The social number or the number is 10105905. All right, we'll get into how to get a proclamation and declaration done, and also how to do a declaration and oath. We're also going to get into the many colors or different colors that you're going to need when doing these documents or having these documents. Romy, you said, isn't the 1099 OID connected to the Seskete? Well, no, it's not. The Seskete Trust? No, it's not. No, it's not at all. Just to help get everybody out of there, to be honest. It was filed by CM Bay. All right. I'll repeat the number. Form 1099, book 521, page 579, and the SS number. So you put SS number is 10105905. $10-10-5905. All right. When Noble Drew Ali I had done that for the people, the allodial title is exactly what a title for a house would be. But this is for land. And that land has titles too. Just like how in certain countries around the world, you'll hear about the queen having crown land or granted land from the queen, right? And we both know that the queen cannot own anything, all right, without an allodial title. This is why they did all those paper bulls and made up color of law, because they cannot physically own things without title or inheritance or being an heir to it. This is why through history, they've always been into taking the land through the woman, having children with our women and being heirs, trying to be heirs of the crown, inherit the land. You'll see that all over the world that they've done that when it's really yours. The allodial title includes all of the Americas all of the Atlantis Islands, not Caribbean islands. We made that very clear last week, that it's not the Caribbean islands or the West Indies. That is the Atlantis Islands, the Atlantis joining islands, and they're part of the Americas and is American land. Africa is also part of the Americas. And as you can see, when you look at a map or a globe, that Africa is not separate from Europe at all. The education was misleading, and more every day, people are waking up to understanding, understanding, the truth about the planet, the truth about education, and being erudited to scholarship and knowledge. All right. Back in 1928, when Noble got the all-loyal title for all of the lands, right? He was able to go to Calvin Coolidge, the president of that year, and tell him to pull out our flag. Pull it out, because we need to get it out, and we need our people to see it. He agreed because he had no choice but to agree, and he pulled out the flag and was able to show it to us, and we were able to nationalize about close to 7 million people. I think it was, if I remember correctly, was the world record. It was a world record. The record was the most people collected only by word of mouth. No flyers, wasn't even in the newspaper. It was just by word of mouth. 7 million people came collectively together in Philadelphia. Last week, I was showing you pictures of Philadelphia, the first, one of the Moorish temples, not the first one, because the first one in your notes, you should have the first temple that Drew Ali did was in 1913. And then it got incorporated in 1928. You should have in your notes that our capital is Philadelphia, the city of brotherly love. Just like the Washington, D.C. has a capital, or anywhere else that you live in this world has its capitals. Ours was Philadelphia, and that we own all of the United States. All of it. The whole lot of it. This week, I was going to show you videos on how some of our cities are underwater. And today, they're either tourist spots for people to tourist, and they tell you to lie about it, or they're lakes and big bodies of water. Big bodies of water where they have sunken or drowned our cities. Some of the cities and land masses still exist today and not have been drowned. I want you to do your own research, though, when it comes to cities that are gone missing because of KKK action and tyranny on the land, genocide. Yes, Jimmy. That means what do you say? That means the titles we have on the houses now is fraud. They were always fraud. It was not now. They were always fraud. Always fraud and not complete. And it's kind of the fault of the people themselves. Why? because the people don't know or are not familiar with commercial law and the history of commerce. Right? The history of commerce. For an example, let me see. Let me ask you all a question. And all of you can answer. Let me ask you all a question. I want you to think really deeply. It's not a trick question, but it's to show you how much people know about the history of commerce, commercial dealings, and currency. Right? Let me ask you all this question. Is money the root of all evil?
No.
No.
The love of it is.
Love of it is. Oh.
No, the love of fiat is the root of all evil, because real money is gold or silver.
Bingo. There you go. Thank you, Deb.
You're welcome.
So we don't have money. We have fiat. And it can't be the root of all evil if you never held it or held on to it, used it, or paid debt with it. How many people put their hands up, paid off a debt this week with gold or silver? Nobody? Exactly. So money cannot be the root of all evil because you never held it. You never used it to pay down nothing. You never bought anything with money. Very good. See how you're quick on your feet today. Wow.
But I object to that answer, because if it says the love of money and you're saying real money is gold, so the love of gold, when you would do evil to get that gold, it is the root of all evil.
Yeah, but
it never says fiat. It says the love of money is the root of all evil. And it says for us, the real money is silver and gold. When you love that too much and you do anything, you sell drugs, you do a lot of evil to get it, kill people, go in their land in Africa, kill them to get their gold. The love of money is the root of all evil. Either way you take it, whether it's fiat or a real one.
Well, we're not talking about fiat. We're talking about what real money is. It is gold and silver. And there's not a day in my life or anybody's life that anybody's gone to go kill for that, to go pay off a bill or to be rich. Maybe they probably stole your necklace, if that's what you're talking about. Other than that, people traditionally do not use gold and silver to pay off debt. Only the governments do. The corporations and the governments do. And they leave that out of the people's hands. This is why the people are not rich today, because they do not know what money is.
Point of interest?
Yes, go ahead. The floor is yours.
No, I was this is another aside though, is that the gold, the people are the gold. You are the gold as well. So loving yourself, even from a self-esteem perspective, is also loving the gold that you possess. Because when your body, when your conveyance decays, eventually it turns into gold.
Right.
So in another way, loving money is also loving yourself, since you are the gold, because you are the creditor. You create all value. They don't have any value because they're a debt-based society. So
It's too late. I want to go
loving,
bury
that's
them,
another
man.
way of loving yourself and stuff like that. So if anybody is
What you
gonna
say?
kill anybody for gold, you got to start killing
No, that's
yourself
too far.
first,
We can't. We'd have to
and
drive
then
for
that
2
also
and
removes
3.
you from the
Jordan, you
board.
want to drive for 8
So
weeks?
anyway, that's as an
8
aside.
days?
I yield the floor.
That's madness.
I'm glad you brought that up because yes, that's what was
Eh?
making the bond
Yeah,
system,
but
the
trust
bond
me, you might think
age
that is
for
it.
the longest time.
You see people drive
That's what created
go 2
also
days journey go
the human
Florida,
trafficking
and then
was
say
the
they would
fact that
never do it again.
what
What
David
go
is
on?
talking about is the fact
Mother
that when
more
you're
drive,
born, they
mother
weigh
more
you in
drive
gold,
go
in troy
there,
ounces when you're
Florida,
born
for 2 days.
to
That's
create
what
that
madness.
bond.
19 hours better than
So they
in
know that you're
Jamaica.
the gold people.
Yeah, but mother more
I love when you brought that.
than 8 days. It would have
That
take
is the
6 days.
truth
It would have
about
take
this
to
world.
reach
That the
British
people, the
Columbia.
reason why
6
the
days
blacks or
versus
the
2
people
days.
claiming to be black are under attack all the
They could go
time is because
Florida.
they've forgotten that they are the golden people.
That is it.
Now imagine that. A piece of gold as tall as Willie walking around and he's gold. I said, boy, and I ain't got no gold, and that's gold right there. Well, that's what you're talking about, Willie, is that love, is to be you, to be the gold, and take that gold by harvesting body parts from our people, and selling it.
Well, for me, how I understand that text that says the love of money is the root of all evil. Remember, for me, the same way the love of money is the root of all evil, right? Um, if you are willing, right, to do just about anything to get money, you would sell drugs, you would invade people land, you would do all manner of evil to attain riches. That is, and the more you get it is the more you want it. Therefore, that makes you an evil person because you put the money above the people. You would kill for it. You will destroy. You don't think you would, as you rightly say, you'd harvest people organ just to get your killer another person's child, but you wouldn't do your child. That's all the thing. So that's what I'm talking about. When people's heart, that's why the Bible said, if your riches increase, don't set your heart upon it. Lay up for yourself treasures in heaven, because whatever you have on earth going to be rotten and no good one day. So I believe that, and but contrary to that too, I believe that um since as the love of money is the root of all evil, the lack of money is also the root of all evil.
Well, that means we should learn what really money is.
Mm-hmm.
And when you learn what really money is, then you'll know that that's on the planet in abundance, and it's also through our people. So the lack of money is the reason why there's a lack of money, because the lack of understanding what money is. I guarantee you, if you go to 10 people right now, they'll tell you that money is the fiat, the paper stuff, or plastic, whatever they're printing it nowadays on. But that's not money. And that's the love that people have, is because you know why? They think that's money. And because they think that's money, they go after it, not realizing that the more that they get, the more debt that they're getting in their hands. That's all it is. The more that they get, it's more debt that they get in their hands. But they don't know that. So because it's a debt instrument, they have to keep going for more and more and more. And this is not to condone murder or condone their vicious actions. But if the thing's not worth anything, then how can you keep rich if you have to keep going after it in a world of abundance? You see, Willie, one thing that they've taught the world is that there's no such thing as abundance when it comes to finance. And what they've been doing for the last 100 plus years is controlling the abundance of finance when everything on this planet's abundant. You see, Earth does not make her children to starve. She will not starve her children at all. Everything that's on this planet is well taken care of and well fed by her.
100%, I agree with that. I said that just today, that when They right now they have to be automatically trying to burn down factories to create a famine. And because I said that just today before the class, I said it to my wife. I said, look, we just plant a little few potato at the back of
Mm.
the house, just a little area, and could not believe what the big box of potatoes was yielded. And I said, much more those massive pieces of land you plant that you feed the world. So there is abundance, but the problem is some people are just darn greedy and try to control.
The
And, and
abundant.
and I said too, one of the problems that we're having in this world is that some people have too much money, and there should be a limitation as to the amount of billionaires and the amount of money a person has. Because when people have too much money, they become fools and they started to control people's life now. That because they have conquered it all, so now they want to conquer human being and control their lives.
Exactly. When we live on a planet of abundance, God didn't give us a planet to come. God never gave us this planet for us to come here and starve and think that there's such thing as famine when everything on this planet feeds you.
Mm-hmm.
We can go anywhere, Willie. You know that. I don't have to preach to you about that. Like we can go anywhere and eat, and we're going to be good because that's what it is. But controlling the abundance was their main agenda. And when they controlled it, they were feeding themselves. Now it's time for us to know that the abundance has always been there. And for all of us to be able to have it. It's not about having too much money. You can never have too much of anything. It's what you do with it that counts, that makes it or some kind of condition. You get what I mean? Like there's people out there that are addicted to sex. Does that mean that they have too much or too little? Which one is it? Right? So it's really, what is your medicine? You know, people are alcoholics, but there's people out there that can drink people under the table and not feel drunk at all. It's what you can handle and what your body and mind, spirit, soul can handle. You know, you shouldn't abuse it, but that goes with learning to not abuse things that are in abundance, right? If we had this world in abundance, people, right, I guarantee you there wouldn't be no war. There wouldn't be no famine. That's for certain. And people wouldn't have to worry about mortgages and that kind of payments and all that kind of stuff because it would be in abundance. You wouldn't have to worry about one house, two house, or worried about spaces because we live in a world of abundance. Right? You can have, Willie, 10, 20 houses all over the world. It doesn't matter. You're still not going to clog the world up. And everybody can have that. Everybody. Every human being on the planet can have 10, 20 homes. Still have room on this planet to live.
Point of interest?
Yes.
I want to support what you're saying, Noble. Because I drove up to, I live in Florida, right? And I drove up to Fort Worth, Texas, right after class. I started out last Sunday and went up there. But anyway, going there and coming back, there's so much land. And I'm driving and I'm seeing all this just land. And I'm driving, I'm thinking, I think I was even on the phone with Miss Flora, and I was saying, this is ridiculous. There is such an abundance of land, yet we have tons of homeless people, you know. But I'm gonna say another thing. I grew up in a Seventh-day Adventist home. I never did baptize. I never did, to be a Seventh-day Adventist or anything like that. But I was thinking, they do speak against people like adorning themselves. I don't know what their philosophy is about actually owning gold and silver, but I know, they have this thing with people adorning themselves with gold or silver jewelry, period. And isn't that like perpetuating poverty if you are steering people away from that? Like I said, I don't know if they advocate people actually owning it within their homes, in different forms. But I know for certain, they have this big issue with people adorning themselves with gold or silver or jewelry, period.
Well, that's because they don't want us to go back to being the true Jews. You see the word Jewish, it's not a religion. It comes from people who knew how to chisel or cut rocks into different forms. So light and the stones would give you yourselves, the melanated people, the Moors, energy into your chakras, all 7 chakras, major ones. You knew how to cut a diamond, so you would project and increase your thoughts when you want something. You want to talk to God, you talk through the crystals. That was what really being Jewish was, and that we own jewelry stores, not for the purpose of just of looks or vanity, what we do today, but for the purpose of actual metaphysical energy and chi energy and things of that nature that come from all beings, especially our people that are connected to the stones. Today we use the stones to look pretty, to look good, but not really getting these stones to protect yourselves, like tourmaline and pyrite, putting them together and creating that shield on your aura. These are things that we have fallen away from. And they're here on this planet. It's part of us. When you practice I, self-law, master, which is Islam, in the Moorish Science Temple, we talk about things of that nature when it comes to the stones on this planet. And that the Rastas from Jamaica or any island for that matter, because there's Rastas everywhere, they were the ones that were the real Jewish people. We're Jewish people also, but they were mostly that. And they were the ones cutting the stones. They were the ones digging into the dirt for the gold for our people and selling us and minting coin, gold, and silver. They're the real Jewish. I want anybody who's here that's Rastafarian to go look at the Jewish people when how they wear their hats and how they have locks like you. Don't Jewish people have locks? No? I'm just here by myself? Okay. Go down to the Jewish communities and you'll see that they all have locks like you. That's not by coincidence. I saw a Jewish guy the other day downtown in Toronto, and he had the hat on and the locks coming down. And I said, "Why? That guy looks like one of Bunny Wailer's. If you had melanin in his skin, he would look like Bunny Wailer them. Like he would look like one of the Rastaman them." Crystals. Where Kal-El, just like David said in the chat. Yes. Kal-El, the crystals in Superman, where they talk about Superman and Kal-El. Who do you think Kal-El is when they talk about Kal-El? Is Kal-El a national, a Moor?
Yes.
Yes, he is. Yes, he is. That whole Superman story the Europeans used it and created their Superman off of us. I won't go into depth about it, but it did. It really did. All right. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Abina, I see your hand up. The floor is yours.
I'm sorry, I need to lower my hand. I already spoke. Thank you.
Appreciate you. Thank you. Peace and love. David P., I see your hand up. The floor is yours.
Yeah, point of interest. Just an information, and you were talking about fiat, and people were talking about the love of money. It occurred to me while both you and Noble Willie were speaking that normally when you do your counting or accounting, the fiat is counted as being in the black, right? In other words, and then when you're in the red, you're considered basically being the opposite of. But the thing about it though is that black is dead, and so when you are in the black, then you are dead, and when you are negative to that, because you normally would write that in red, which means that you're alive, because red means blood. So when you are using real money, right, you'll be really using money. Your currency would be positive and therefore red and therefore alive, compared to fiat money, which is dead. So like a billionaire now is basically having $1 billion fiat dollars is essentially having $1 billion, $1 billion of minus money, of negative money, right? Of dead money, of dead bills, dead debt. So anybody who is going after that, and that was even exemplified, and Willie would probably be able to confirm this, when Jesus or Yeshua went into the temple and was kicking down the money changers tables that were in the temple, because he was doing that specifically because they were issuing debt. In other words, they were issuing usury. And they were, when you under usury, owe somebody something. And that usury, i.e., that debt, is the sin. So when you acquire debt, right, which comes forward to know, when you go to the bank and you acquire debt, you're sinning, right? Because you weren't supposed to be doing that and stuff like that. If somebody lends you money, you weren't supposed to be doing that, because that's debt. You're supposed to acquire your own. You're supposed to grow your own. You're supposed to create your own wealth, and so on. So the whole idea of borrowing money or taking out fiat from a dead money, and in fact, if you really look at it from a spiritual perspective, you acquiring dead money is a form of necromancy, right? Necrophilia, the love of the dead, right? If you really want to take it that far. So all people who are running after dead commercial money, which is debt, which deals with death, right? You are actually practicing a form of necrophilia or necromancy, because when you issue bonds and stuff, which is the spending of that dead money, you are basically issuing dead magic, which is the necromancy, and so on. So you want to get access to real gold, and that is living money that the living use, which is the nobles and the original people of the land. I yield the floor.
That was an excellent point, Noble David P. Usury, it's when you're lending money at exorbitant interest rate, and they still practice that today. So
Yep.
yeah, awesome thought.
Well, exorbitant is anything above zero.
Yeah.
If you lend me money, it shouldn't be you make interest off of that, right? You either giving it to me for me to use to do stuff, or you're lending me with the idea of accruing interest. Anything above 0% is usury, because I now have to give you back more than you give me, right? So exorbitant is anything above, whether it's 0.0000 to 1 billionth of a cent. That is still too much interest.
And if I may, oh sorry, okay. And if I may add quickly, the fact that you, let's say you print $100,000 for the world, right? When you lend somebody 1,000 out of that money, you're telling them to go and get extra money. That's the interest to pay you back. Where's that money going to come from? That is why money was built out of debt, because it's only $1 million out there, but you're expecting them to get more on top of that million when it's impossible. It's just not there. So you're asking them to overwork themselves, etc., etc. That is the problem with fiat money, because it is built upon debt. And that debt, that is why it always go back to zero. Money always go back to zero, which is what is happening right now. When you go to the supermarket, the inflation takes away all of your money. What you was paying a month ago, now you're paying twice. So money is going right back to zero. That's why they have to come up with a new system, which is the digital system, which will only further inflict pain because it will be based on debt again. So, it's all a cycle. But anyway, I yield.
Well, this is why we're going back to the gold system, and that the BRICS countries, BRICS, which is Brazil, Russia, India, China, BRICS countries have gotten together in the last couple of years, well, more than several years, and put together that they want to go back to the gold standard, where substance for substance is back in effect, where nature comes into play when it comes to the banking system, where substance for substance is back in the minds of the people. And just like you said, Willie, there was nothing there, but this time there is something there. The substance that made that bill become a bill. When banking first started, it was with gold and silver. Because gold and silver is too heavy to carry, people would get gold certificates.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And they would trade that gold certificate. So if I put gold in the bank, physical gold, I'll get a gold certificate and I'll come check Willie. Say, hey, Willie, sell me that car to Willie? Yeah. The car costs this. All right. And I'll give Willie the gold certificate.
Mm-hmm.
What Willie didn't do is go back for the gold, because he knows already that that certificate in his hand means that the gold is over there in that bank over there, and it would take no time for him to go over there himself and go get it if he wants to go get the gold part. But because Willie says, know what, me already called the bank and it's there physically.
Mm-hmm.
He needs to go around and go to Abina or David. And go, David, sell me this thing that you have right here, or service or whatever. How much it cost? Okay, and he'll give David the gold certificate, and David will do the same thing. So somebody decided, wait a second, no one's going inside the bank? All right, let me duplicate this one. Let me make this one to fraud. And they kept doing that. And because they kept duplicating the same one, and nobody went back for the gold, you got the fiat currency system today, where nobody went back for the gold. And because nobody went back for the gold, people lost the mindset that substance for substance is how you do commerce. Substance for substance. Where if you're going to a bank and the bank says that they're going to give David $500,000 US for a house, then he should wake up in the day when he's signed that document and find 500,000 US in his account. That's called substance for substance. Where you actually get it.
Which is in the ancient time the barter system.
That's right.
But something I used to hear people saying what you're just saying, but I'm a living witness. Just recently I asked my a lender if they could give me $200,000 off the equity of my home, and they say, yes, man, I can give you. So I said, but I want it in cash. I want to be able to take that cash and do whatever I want with. Oh no, sorry, you can't do that. It's only like if you're putting it on another real estate. I said, what? It's my money. I'm going to pay you back. What's the point? I want my money in cash. So it doesn't work like that. So that is why when you go to the bank, you can only get a set amount, like a 3,000 or 4,000. If you want 10,000, 15,000, 20,000, you got to give them notice, because they really don't have it there, just like the gold. So even with the fiat currency, they don't have the physical billions of dollars in the bank. They don't.
That's right. That's right. Willie, I was dying with laugh the other day because someone said to me, Cameron, did you see the bank robbery in Vancouver this week?
Yes.
And I said, which robbery? Who does that? How are you going to rob the bank? The bank got no money. Who are you going to stick up? Because this ain't the movies where in the movies they have the vault open and all the money's in there. No, banks don't have it like that. So how is he robbing a bank? So I told that person that must have been a false flag because banks don't operate like that. They haven't done that in years. Mm-hmm. And this ain't the cowboy days. This ain't the wild, wild west.
Well, maybe they're petty thieves. They just want to get whatever the little that they can get, eh?
$3,000, $5,000 that they cash it. That's worth going to jail for? Okay, well, I guess. I wouldn't do that, never. That's crazy. So I laughed at that because you can't rob a bank. That's stagecoaching. That's back in the Old West when the KKK sent their families to come rob us, like the Jesse James family and all of them when the West was the West and we just finished the war with them. So they hired people like that to come and do that, but we're not there no more. Peace and love to everybody. In your notes, I want you to have the American Union and the African Union. After 1928, when both men achieved helping each other nationalize and communicate with more than 7 million people back in 1928, having the flag flown for the first time in years since 1860, right? That was our liberation. When we did that, we were able to open back our cities, open up some of our businesses all over the world, especially in the U.S., like you've heard of places like Tulsa Hall, Oklahoma, and places like that, where we were able to function our stuff. New York City, the whole New York City was ours. Philadelphia. If you look into the history, you'll see in Philadelphia back in like the 60s, 70s, I think it was the 70s, if I remember correctly, the Europeans came and bombed certain parts of Philadelphia to continue their genocide. After 1928, that same year when Noble Drew Ali got the all-Lodil title, in about May, because the conference was in January, around April and May, they put together the people. From May to about September of that same year, 1928, they nationalized the people and was having conferences in Philadelphia, the city of brotherly love. Around the end of the year, Noble Drew Ali passed. He said he knew he was going to go and that he was able to understand the metaphysics and why he was sent here and why Marcus Garvey was sent also, because Marcus Garvey was sent here for a reason also, just like many, many of you, not just them too. If you read Noble Drew Ali's Circle 7 Quran, he talks about Marcus Garvey. All right. So I'm having this lesson of history, not to put down Marcus Garvey or the Garveyites, not to put down the UNIA in any form, but to get you to understand that it's very, very, very important that ignorance of the law, there is no excuse. Ignorance of the law, there is no excuse. But because Marcus Garvey was ignorant of the law and did not make a proclamation, did not make a declaration, they were able to lock him up for fraud and many other charges that were fraudulently put on him. He was not able to beat it, even though he even talked or had conversations with Noble Drew Ali. In the history, Noble Drew Ali visited Marcus Garvey in jail and was really trying to show him how to get out. And it had 100% to do with contractual agreements that we already had since 1789. The world, our treaties, our constitutions. These are tools that you're going to need when you're putting your businesses together. Because this is a business class and it's a wealth building class that your lecture you're in. The semester has to show you the history and why we went this way in order for us to turn and go the right way. The right way is not being ignorant of law. Ignorance of the law, there is no excuse. None. Because he was ignorant of the law, he was exiled out of the United States, out of the Americas. And I believe if I correctly got my science and my studies right, he was not even allowed back in Jamaica. Because I remember my grandmother telling me about they were stoning him in Jamaica at some point, where it forced him to go live in England. Okay? Ignorance of the law, there is no excuse. Ignorance of the law, there is no excuse.
Or is no excuse.
It could be is or is. If you're ignorant of math, then you can't count, can you? And that's the law of mathematics. Right? If you're ignorant of gravity, I guarantee you jumping out a 15-story window is not a good idea. Ignorant of the law is there's no excuse. If you're ignorant of the law of culinary, you'll burn food and make it taste bad too. If you're ignorant of even sexual relations, I'm pretty sure your partner will tell you you don't do it good and probably leave you. Ignorance of the law, there's no excuse. Okay? I want you to sing it to yourselves. The more you say it to yourselves, the more you study, because you'll know that you would have to do lawful things to not be ignorant of the law. One is knowing what proclamations and declarations do and the power of an affidavit, that people, our people, only speak through affidavits and writs. In your notes, you should have, we only speak through affidavits and writs. So when you open up your businesses, you're opening them up through affidavits and writs. We only speak through affidavits and writs. We don't speak through phone. They've made up email. That's a new invention. We really don't speak through that, but you can still use it as a tool. But just remember that it's a new tool, and it was never there in the beginning. We speak through affidavits all the time. An affidavit is the proclamations, writs. If you're new to our class, you don't have this in your notes, affidavits and writs. Writs are spelled W-R-I-T-S if you're going to do the plural. I'm going to show you today, like we did last week, to refresh your mind on what a proclamation looks like, refresh your mind on a declaration, and refresh your mind on notices in the format or the process of speaking through writs and affidavits. When Noble Drew Ali passed, Marcus Garvey took over. When Marcus Garvey took over, instead of calling it or continuing the American Union, which has always been there for so long, he changed it to the African Union. Today, called the UNIA, Universal Negro Improvement Association, or African, and started telling the people that they are from Africa, when the word America is the word Africa, and the true name of the landmass that you're calling United States, Canada, the islands. I want to show your, turn your attention to your screens. Last week, we kind of went over this. And the relationship that you have with the name of this planet. Hold on, where is it? We went over the fact that it's called a mexum. If you don't have this in your notes, the original name of Africa and all of the Americas, on this map, you don't see all of the Americas, but all of them is included, along with places like Greenland, Iceland. Those are all part of the Americas, right? Where Russia is, and Canada, where they meet, or Alaska. Last week, we went over some of the names of the Americas. Up until 1906, it was still called Al-Marak, or the Al-Moroccan Empire. Well, how do we know that? Well, through the letter from the Charge d'Affaires in 1906. All these documents, you'll be able to find them in our archives. If you're part of the Telegram groups, the Telegram group, Noble Drew Ali, a National Library, and the Noble Drew Ali Archives group, the Americans. We are the only Americans on the planet, all over the world. When you say African people, you're saying American, because they're Americans too. And we're not talking about United States. So please don't get confused. Patrick, I see your hand up. The floor is yours.
Just a quick question regarding the gentleman, Noble Drew Ali. From my research, there was a concerted effort to get rid of any people of our hue who were kind of looking to sort of mobilize our people into freeing themselves.
Mhm.
And I know for a fact that there were spies that were put in the UNIA by the FBI, and that most probably those spies were instrumental in the death of Marcus Garvey. And I'm actually surmising now that that may well have been the case with Noble Drew Ali.
He died from somebody in the temple. There was temple disagreements, and somebody murdered him. They kind of murdered him the same way they murdered Shabazz L, known
Malcolm X.
Right, where they had the same Freemason code. Get your hands out of my pocket.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
The same thing.
Are you saying that what happened in the Audubon ballroom with El Hajj Malik Shabazz?
Yep.
It was a Masonic kind of ritual, and
Yep.
that the same thing was carried out with this gentleman, Noble Drew Ali.
That's correct. Where they said the same thing. Hey, someone jumped up in the crowd. Hey, get your hand out of my pocket, man! And they did the same thing with Noble. The way he died, the same thing they did with Shabazz.
So was it in the case of Malcolm X's assassination? Was it that that it was people within the nation, or was it external people? Because what I found out from Dick Gregory's research was that when they did when they looked into the autopsy into how he was killed, the bullets had come from an upward trajectory, which means that there were people planted in the roof of the Audubon ballroom and were shooting down at him. So that means that those people who were shooting at him from down below were not the real perpetrators of the crime.
No. But they'll make it look like it's our people that did it. You know, it's the same thing with the Noble Drew Ali thing. It's the same thing with everything, really, to be honest. Our people are always being looked at as the ones who are the culprits, where it's always planted. You see, our problem on this planet is really, really us. You know, we have people. There's people that will, get paid to go do that, and it's usually sometimes it's us, our own people. So it happened in Islam. You know what I mean? And here we are.
Because around that time period, between the 1920s and the 1960s, J. Edgar Hoover was very, very sort of earnestly, desperately trying to catch out any person who was a militant or who was against the system or maverick or whatever. And that's the reason why a lot of people who were maybe not even a threat in any way to the system. In fact, 99% of the people that he was going after were not a threat to the system, but he would go after them anyway. People like Sam Cooke, the singer, and other people, a long list of them. And so I suspect that in that time frame, 1928, around that time, he would have been in top gear going for anybody who was going for freedom for our people.
Well, that's him only performing the extreme Jesuit oath that they have, which is also the 1728 Black Christian codes, which is today called color of law. So they're only performing what they took an oath to.
Right.
Right. So here, if you look on your screens, this is the extreme Jesuit oath that they've taken, that they will ride the wheels off of this if they have to. Right? Everybody, if you don't have this in your documents, please have this in your, not documents, in your libraries. Please pick up this PDF from our library and have it for yourselves. This is the extreme Jesuit oath. This is what is one of the documents that's been holding back the people on a massive scale on multiple levels. All right. Do we have anybody who wants to read the first paragraph?
I can read it.
You read it? All right, go ahead.
Extreme oath of the Jesuits. When a Jesuit of the minor rank is to be elevated to command, he is conducted into the chapel of the convent of the order, where there are only 3 others present, the principal or superior standing in front of the altar. On either side stands a monk, one of whom holds a banner of yellow and white, which are the papal colors, and the other a black banner with a dagger and red cross above a skull and crossbones, with the word INRI, and below them the words Justum neca reges impius, the meaning of which is, it is just to exterminate or annihilate impious or heretical kings, governments, or rulers. Upon the floor is a red cross at which the postulant or candidate kneels. The superior hands him a small black crucifix, which he takes in his left hand and presses to his heart. And the superior at the same time presents to him a dagger, which he grasps by the blade and holds the point against his heart. The superior still holding it by the hilt, and thus addresses the postulant. Continue, or shall I stop? Superior, my son, heretofore you have been taught to act.
Sorry. I had myself on mute. Sorry, I was trying to talk to you.
Okay.
I had myself on mute. So yes, just pause right there for a second. So at the top here, where you remember you were saying, well, they're attacking Sam Cooke, people like Prince, all those people. This is what it is. Right?
So it's to exterminate or annihilate impious or heretical kings, governments, or rulers.
Yes. We'd be known as heretical because we're the ones who are the heirs of the land. We're the heirs of all things. So when we start talking, people they're like, oh, this guy said he's a Moor. Well, what's a Moor? And going on like they don't know what Moors are and all that kind of stuff, when that's the inheritance that we're trying to talk to the people about. When we talk about the history of Moors being Berbers, being in all of those tribes, whether it's Cherokee or Hindustan, those are Moors. Then this is what's going on. The I and RI is promoting the annihilation and extermination of people who do that. This is why through history, you can hear, just like what you mentioned, Patrick, you mentioned Sam Cooke. And then you're like, Sam Cooke? Why would they do that to him? Well, he was really active. They murdered Bob Marley. He was very active too.
Apparently Sam Cooke wanted to donate money towards a civil rights struggle between Malcolm X and Martin Luther King. He was going to actually donate money to them to help them work together.
Yeah, right. Because he was an activist and he was with trying to change the world. So these people were murdered because it was because of the extreme Jesuit oath that they take. It's not because anything else. They know that if to take this oath, that they can have members anywhere. Anybody who's taking this oath anywhere would help deal with the situation at hand. So imagine thousands of people taking this oath and Malcolm X is alive. Or Kennedy, because they murdered Kennedy too, and he's a European.
Yeah. Well, they were just like on a rampage. They were just going to kill anybody who is even in a small way kind of radical in their thinking. It didn't matter who they were,
Right? Because they did. What did they do to Gaddafi? Gaddafi is murdered too.
Well, he tried to, take control over the currency and all that kind of stuff. Once he got involved in that, they had to take him out.
Right. Why didn't they like Castro?
They didn't like Castro because he was considered communist, associating with Russians, and possibly as well because he didn't want to, sort of dance to the tune of the West. He wanted to do his own thing. Apparently, they tried to kill Castro 428 times and failed. And I think the one thing he had on his side was he had a good intelligence set up to protect him. And so many of the attempts that they tried on him failed.
Well, they succeeded probably 7 years ago.
Yes, yeah, eventually, but they tried. They've been trying since the 60s to get rid of him.
That is very true, and he had well over 30 people who look like him. You're right. They had their system really put together because he's one of the first presidents I ever known that actually had so many people who look like him, and the way that they had to move him around was very interesting. You know what I mean?
But the intelligence was what they used, what he used in his defense. That was his main. So anytime someone would try anything on him, there would be spies that were put to spy on the opposition. That was the key thing that he used in his defense, in his protection. Without that, he would have been dead a long time, I'm sure.
That's for certain. You're 100% right. I totally agree with you.
Yeah.
You know, same with
there was a time when an assassination plot was going to be set up between him and a mafia boss, and the mafia boss said, "Well, if I go in there, if I send one of my guys in there, I can't be guaranteed that I'll get out alive." So even the mafia would leave him alone.
See, Trump had the same problem, right? And I'm not for Trump or anything like this, but he had that same problem. If you look up what happened to him through his election, even when he was leaving the so-called election, they're still trying to go after.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It was more than 48 times attempted on Trump.
Yeah. This Jesuit oath, is this in any way connected or anything to do with the Torah, the Jewish Torah?
Well, let's continue. Let's continue.
Okay. Shall I read it?
Please.
Superior, my son, heretofore you have been taught to act the dissembler among Roman Catholics, to be a Roman Catholic, and to be a spy even among your own brethren, to believe no man, to trust no man, among the reformers to be a reformer, among the Huguenots to be a Huguenot, among the Calvinists to be a Calvinist, among other Protestants generally to be a Protestant, and obtaining their confidence, to seek even to preach from their pulpits, and to denounce with all the vehemence in your nature our holy religion and the Pope, and even to descend so low as to become a Jew among Jews, that you might be enabled to gather together all information for the benefit of your order as a faithful soldier of the Pope. You have been taught to insidiously plant the seeds of jealousy and hatred between communities, provinces, states that were at peace, and incite them to deeds of blood, involving them in war with each other, and to create revolutions and civil wars in countries that were independent and prosperous, cultivating the arts and the sciences, and enjoying the blessings of peace. To take sides. Yeah, shall I stop?
No, keep going.
To take sides with the combatants and to act secretly with your brother Jesuit, who might be engaged on the other side, but openly opposed to that which you might be connected, only that the church might be the gainer in the end, in the conditions fixed in the treaties for peace, and that the end justifies the means. You have been taught your duty as a spy to gather all statistics, facts, and information in your power from every source to ingratiate yourself into the confidence of the family circle of Protestants and heretics of every class and character, as well as that of the merchant, the banker, the lawyer, among the schools and universities, in parliaments and legislatures, and the judiciaries and councils of state, and to be all things to all men, for the Pope's sake, whose servants we are unto death.
Stop right there. Stop right there. So that answers your question, that they're into everything, including the Jews.
Yeah, it sounds very much like what I've read in the Torah, the Jewish Torah.
Right?
Yeah.
So
it says that you can cheat a Gentile out of a bill, but you should not cheat your own brother, your own brethren or whatever, out of a bill. It's okay, it's noble to cheat a Gentile out of a bill, meaning money.
Right. But in this,
may I say something?
Yes, go ahead.
So, what we need to understand here, what is happening here, is that the Roman Catholic Church, formed a society. It's a religious order. And they dare to call it the Society of Jesus, or the Jesuits, where that at their headquarters, and they train these priests to infiltrate the churches. That's what it's talking about. It's infiltration. So the Catholic Church, when they used to rule, they killed over 6 million Christians, right? So they had these Jesuits who go around and pretend that they are Christians, and they infiltrate. That's why I was saying they would get positions in the church, just like what that infiltration is an art of war. When you can't beat them, you join them. Just like what Klaus Schwab said recently, that he has infiltrated the Canadian government to the point where about half of the government he's the one who put these people there. So it's a way of controlling. Whenever you can't beat them, you simply pretend like you join them. That's what's happening here, and they were
usually
ruthless.
And usually those infiltrators are put there to actually cause a problem amongst the hierarchy in that group, and feed information against various peoples in the group, causing the group to have dissension, argument, and before you know it, the whole movement, as powerful as it was, just crashes because of lies being spread. That's the same thing that happened in the Nation of Islam. Infiltrators were put in there to cause problem. Before those infiltrators were put in there, the Nation of Islam was known as a group that did not even tell lies. People wouldn't tell lies. So now when infiltrators were put in there and lies were being spread, these lies were being believed as truth, because the nation had built up a reputation in the 50s and 60s of not telling lies. So it caused so much argument. And before you know it, as you know, the people were being assassinated for crimes that they didn't even commit, or they're being disgraced and humiliated and kicked out of the movement for foolishness.
Yes, and they will get you to, as we speak about this, I used to be strongly in the Seventh-day Adventist Church too, and I find that we had a very powerful message. If you read the book, The Great Controversy, to go in the history of what the Catholic Church used to do to Martin Luther and all of those, the Waldenses and all of these groups, how they were, and some torturous method that they invented to destroy and kill people. I never forget there's one called the Iron Virgin. And they had there's also this one where they strap you to two horses going to east and west and pull you apart just because you're considered a heretic. And I'm convinced that our church, the powerful message that we used to preach, is no longer being preached. It's watered down, and you'd wonder what the hell is happening. You go to church, you get nothing again because our message is not being preached again. So I believe that they're still very active in every church, including the church I used to attend. So yeah, this system has been around for ages, and they are powerful. Don't underestimate them.
Absolutely, and you know, it's sad really, because the grassroots people in most movements are well-meaning, good people that just want to worship the Creator, their God, etc., and be very spiritual and live a decent life, yeah, and have brotherhood and friendship and all that kind of stuff. But unfortunately, there's been a spanner been put in the works, and it's destroyed so many movements over the years.
Yeah, and you know what amazes me? These people dare to call it the Society of Jesus. What blasphemy! Where in the teachings of Jesus, or where in his life has he ever told these people to do the evil that they're doing? It's abominable, trust me. Anyway, I
Well,
yield.
it wasn't about what Jesus says in the Bible. What people are missing in this world is the fact that we live in a world also of commerce, commercial dealings. So all they had to do was name it that and move as a political jurisdiction, not a religious jurisdiction. So they have the people going with the religious jurisdiction, and then they are moving in society, in world, as a political army. This is why they control legislations. This is why they made an oath to come into it like this, because it's devil using God's children to demonize the world and keep the world under slavery.
This last paragraph you just underlined there, and what I've just read, the cold reality of it is just now dawning on me. And it's making me not want to trust lawyers or anybody. It's saying, you know, the merchant, the banker, the lawyer among the schools and universities, in parliaments and legislatures and the judiciary and councils of state, to be all things to all men. And it says, you've been taught, at the top there, it says, you've been taught your duty as a spy to gather all statistics, facts, and information in your power from every source. That is serious. It's not just what you've outlined there, but just also the top part of that last document, that last paragraph.
Right.
Really is saying something.
And this was founded all the way back in 1540 by Ignatius of Loyola. So it goes all the way back then. So it's not today.
Is that when they did the first Sestuit Cavie? Because I heard that there was 3 Sestuit Cavie acts that they did, not just one in 1666. Apparently, I read that there was one that was done in 1540 as well. Is that correct?
It is. It is. They keep changing it and updating it, things that are not theirs. You know, so that's them doing their criminality. When people call me and say, Cameron, man, that didn't work. I say, well, what do you expect? You're dealing with criminals. They're not the best of people. You might bump into somebody that will help you deal with a discharge and deal with the discharge of a debt. But then when you do it over and over and you bump into one of these people who are part of the merchants, the bankers, the lawyers who are taking this oath, who know about this already, then them are dealing with, or they're exercising criminality. They're criminals. What do you want me to say? I've always been saying it for the last years, is that if you want the world to work properly, you have to get rid of the criminality and the corruption that's here already, that's being dissolved already with your help of nationality. When you nationalize, it's one of your rights that you have. Not only is it one of your rights that you have, when you're nationalizing, what's going on is that you're killing the bond and any bonds that have been there since the time or still trading in your name. All right. When they create the bonds, 99% or 100% of all the businesses around the world are operating or has used your bond to open up their business. Because your bond open up their business, when you kill or nationalize, you're killing that bond and they cannot continue business anymore. It puts them into bankruptcy and they have to claim bankruptcy at some point. That's what the bonds are doing. How do you know that? If you have your notebook still, I want you to go to, when you get a chance, I'll probably do it tomorrow if we have some time. It's called GMIE.
Okay, I'm going to yield now to give other people a chance to come through and speak.
Thank you for your reading. Peace and love to you. Thank you. All right. Just give me 1 second. I want you to put in your notes. We'll probably do it tomorrow. It's called GMEI Utilities. The website is GMEIutilities.org. I'll definitely put the link in the chat. That website is a website that you'll be able to show you how many people are using your bond or your national number. Some people will call it a national number. Some people will call it SIN number, or if you're in the US, it's called the social number, the social insurance number. If you're in Canada, it's called the social insurance number. The US is called Social Security. Social Security in the US. You know, so that's the number that they've been using. When you go to that website and put in your social number or whatever national number you have with no spaces, see how many businesses come up with that's using your number all around the world.
May I ask a question, sir?
Yes, go ahead.
So I'm often hearing that it's your birth certificate number, but you say it's your SIN numbers. So can you clarify?
The birth certificate number, when you get the birth certificate, they transfer that number, that certificate registry number, into a SIN number.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
So it becomes that instrument that they can use in that fashion. But it's been used all over the world, right? So in a nutshell, in layman's terms, the people have been financing all of the businesses. This is why they had to put in the 1099. They had to do the discharging of debt, not payment of debt through gold and silver. This is what created the fiat system and the system that you see today. But part of the system hasn't been taught to the people on how debt is really discharged. Right? You're not paying for anything because there's no money in the system. There hasn't been any money in the system since 1933. So every time you go to the store and you give them a note, because they're called bank notes, I want you to all look at them, pull out one when you get a chance. It does not say money on it. It does not say cash. It does not say that it is money. If you look at most of them, it will say bank note on it. So really, it is a bank note. And that this whole time, you've been floating bank notes back and forth. Just like we were talking earlier on, when I said to you that the gold was in the bank at the time, and when gold was in the bank, you would get a certificate for it. Well, over time, because of the bank note having no substance backing it, it's been floating around. So every time you get into a contract, there's a bank or a bond, a note, a negotiable instrument always created. So let's say Willie wanted to buy that truck. Well, when he bought that truck and they said, Willie, you are approved for that truck, they wrote a negotiable instrument that can be monetized. Most people will call it a promissory note because, well, that's what it is, because it's a promise to pay back. But here's the part that people don't know is that when you create a promissory note, whether you promise to pay back, the promise can be monetized. Does everybody get that? The promise can be monetized. So what most banks or corporations do is monetize your signature. In the law, it doesn't say that they have to tell you. They should, but they don't disclose it in the contracts that they will monetize it. Some places will monetize it in 72 hours. 72 hours when it comes to mortgages. Financing of cars. You're always the issuer. The world is moving off of your energy and off of your willpower that you've been given by God or Allah, or whoever your flavor of ice cream is. All businesses. And when I say all businesses, I'm saying the Fortune 500 businesses, and even the mom and pop shop businesses. Because if you open up a mom and pop shop business, it's under most likely your SIN number or that number. Creating more businesses after that estate. This is why they took control of the estate. In the chat, I'm seeing, so do you send these companies writs to stop using your bond? Well, if you see some of them, I guarantee you'll probably see more than 5 companies. Some people in our class and in the past, in the future, has come up and said they've seen more than 60,000 companies using their number. If you shut down just the number alone, 60,000 businesses crashes. 60,000 businesses crash. If you want to send some of these business or writ or whatever, that's on you. But if you have a lot, I always say, choose your battles well. Choose your battles.
That's true.
Okay? Don't fight everybody. Choose your battles well.
Point of interest.
Yes, go ahead.
Greetings to all the nobles and the matriarchs. So question for you, Noble Cam. So a lien is also a negotiable instrument, right?
Yes.
And yes. It usually matures in 90 days, not so.
Yes.
Okay. Because the funny thing is, a lot of these places claim they have lien on stuff, but they don't actually have a lien filed. Because, like, for instance, with my car, I bought my car about 4 months ago. And of course, the lender their name is listed as the lien holder. But when I did a search, there's no lien filed publicly anywhere. So So essentially, they're like working in unison to scam you without your knowledge. Because if you didn't, if they didn't file a public lien, how is the DMV listing them as a lien holder?
Well, these are the things that, as we grow to become adults, we don't know commerce and commercial dealings. I remember one time I called, what we have in Canada is called CRA, which is pretty much the same as the tax man, if you want to call it. And they told me to get in contact with Equifax. Equifax is a reporting industry that you report debt to.
Yeah, credit report.
Credit report, right. So I contact Equifax, just like they said to do. And I got somebody on the phone. And the lady told me, she goes, "Sir, don't you know that you're supposed to check your Equifax, your TransUnion, and your Experian, and your BIN number, and all these things at least once every other month? Just check it, because you don't know who's using it when you do things." And I said, "Really?" She goes, "Yeah, that's standard." I said, "That's standard?" She laughed. She goes, "Yeah, that's standard. That you're supposed to check on as grown adults. We're supposed to learn commerce and commercial dealings as law, because ignorance of law, there's no excuse." And when you learn commercial dealings, you'll realize that there's a lot of people out there that know that you don't know to check on your credit cards, check on things. You know how some people will have alerts that will go right to their phone or something. That's checking on your stuff and making sure that everything's straight and that you're the one controlling the Equifax and the TransUnion, because they actually work for you. They work.
For me, from what I was studying the other day, is that you can't just do a lien for doing a lien's sake. You have to put some skin in the game, which means it has to be accompanied by an affidavit.
Yes, of some sort.
Yeah, because you can't just claim something and not back it up or put something up in case what you're saying is fraudulent.
That's right. That's why we always say to the people is always do an audit on the account. Why? Because you could have a contract with the so-called company, but they might have gotten rid of it. And in contract law, if I'm not holding the physical contract in my hand that me and you did, right? Let's say me and you did a contract and you owe me some money and I lent you something, right? If I'm not holding that contract, you have the right to call me or contact me in some form and say, "Listen, can we have a sit down? Because I need to see if you still have that contract. Because I borrowed 50 grand from you, Cameron." I say, "Okay, yes, you did borrow 50 grand. I gave it to you. All right. So you have the right to call a meeting to see the physical contract in my hand. If I don't have the physical contract or can't produce it, that means in law, I might have monetized it already and got my paper already. I already got my 50 grand back, but didn't tell you." Right? That's one of the things that they do all the time, is that they will monetize it, but not disclose to you that they gotten rid of it already. And they already got paid. And whatever you're giving to them is double dipped. Right?
Double
dipping, boy. That's double dipping. What? That's what grandma would say. Right? But if you don't do your auditing or making sure that the contracts are still intact, then you're the one up the creek. Always remember that a man or a woman or anybody who claims to give you some sort of debt cannot have the debt past more than 5 years, for one. And two, if they know that already, they're not going to sit there and wait 20 years with you to give them, so you give them some money. They're not going to do that. Imagine what can happen in between in 20 years if I'm waiting for some money from you. right? Let's say that you had a mortgage and I gave you the money, right? And you had a mortgage with me and the mortgage was 20 years. Do I look like I want to wait for 20 years for you to give me some money? I want to live my money right now. So I'll go monetize it. It only makes sense. And that's what they do all the time. But it's not a negative. It's really your responsibilities as grown adults, all of us, right? To deal with the finances in that manner. Especially if you are one who has a trust and you're a trustee for that trust. These are things you're going to want to know how to exercise while dealing with the trust.
Another thing, this is to you, Willie, with the GMEI utility website. You can use both your birth certificate and your social security number, because that's what I had to do. They both had different companies set up simultaneously, so you can use both.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, especially if you wasn't born in the US or Canada. Your birth certificate will probably have a lot more companies set up.
Wow.
Yeah.
Thank you for that.
I yield.
I was. Go ahead, sir.
So that's what nationality is about. For a lot of years, we didn't know that corporations had taken over the world under our consent, under our tacit acquiescence. Tacit acquiescence, I hope you all have in your notes, means that your silence means yes. This is why you are to still perform the administrative process to make sure you do an audit or make sure that contracts are still intact. It's part of your duties. Even when you are dealing with your businesses and us putting you or helping you, showing you how to keep your businesses out of their jurisdiction. You never had to put it in their jurisdiction. And there's no law saying that you had to. It's just we were ignorant of law. The biggest game that they were always doing on the people was the license and the marriage certificate. The marriage certificate came first, where they would take, if anybody got a marriage certificate, that means you give up the babies and the eggs that are inside your ovaries and the future of the wealth of those estates. When they fractionalized those too much in the stock market, they had to move to licenses, driver's licenses. This is where you would talk or you would research about the driver's license and the marriage certificates, but it was the marriage certificates first. And because they overran those ones, they moved to from birth certificates to marriage certificates to the license. That's the order. Birth certificates, marriage certificates, and then license. Driver's license. And then, of course, passports, et cetera, et cetera. All right. These are things that would be shut down when you're ready. Okay. Don't do it because I said so. I say study. This class is going to help you study. I can hear myself doubling back. This class is going to help you study together, so it gives you the muscle and the knowing of ignorance of the law is no excuse to move on away from your national numbers. When you're nationalizing, it's called a reversion of estate. I want you to put in your notes, reversion of estate. Reversion of estate. When you shut down the license or shut down the marriage certificate and all of these things, or the birth certificate, what you're doing is called a reversion of estate. Every one of you have one. You know that thing that when somebody passes that you have to take care of, that's called their estate. It's just traditionally our people don't think it's important to take care of it while it's alive, while you're alive. We sometimes more rush to take care of it and do all the things that it needs to be done when people die. It's a wrong time. And I'm not saying wrong time. What I'm saying, it's kind of too late a little bit, because you should have been practicing that while being alive. Managing the estate and knowing that you are not the estate, even though the estate has the same name as you. We talked about it last week, how Ferrari, Puma, and all these names, these brand names that we're buying, all of these are people's estate that we're putting money into their names. This is why things are so expensive, because you're not buying the product, you're buying the name. How many people here drive a Jaguar, Honda, Toyota, Mercedes? Those are names of people. The actual vehicle don't cost that much. The manufacturing of one of those vehicles don't cost that much the way they're selling it. You're buying the name. It's just our people forgot how to do that. We used to do that back prior to the 1900s, 1920s to be exact. Prior to the 1920s, we knew how to patent our name. We knew how to use our estate. It's not something that they invented yesterday. This has been going on for a long time. People over time, because of social engineering, lost the mentality of managing your estate. Micah, I see your hand up. Let me see. Yeah, Micah, go ahead. The floor is yours.
Yes, Grand Rising to all. This is going back a little in the lesson where you were speaking about the oath of the Jesuits. I remember in the 80s, there was a Jesuit priest by the name of Alberto who was telling his story in the form of a comic book. And we were kind of like in our early school of Rasta, we were very keen on reading all of this to erudite ourselves more into the machinations of the Roman Empire. I don't know if any of the students on board have come across this means of information, Alberto. It might still be available. So we were well aware of the infiltration that was going on in the church and the state as regards to what the papal the round order the papals were into in any case, and also I'd like to point out to the advocates of the word Jesus, to let them know that it's a combination of Jupiter and Zeus. The name is derived from that. And I don't know where what devices have caused our people to be fooled in broad daylight. In fact, when you go to Isaiah, it tells you the name of the Messiah is going to be Emmanuel. And also in Matthew, it tells you at one point that the child shall be called Jesus. But before I think it's 1:24, it tells you that his name is Emmanuel again. So I really don't understand how, but I do, because you tell a lie often enough and the people will start to believe it. And when we go back to Constantine, Emperor Constantine and his when ones reads his diaries, and he says that this Christian religion will assist us. It will greatly assist us in our endeavors. So for a very long time, the Holy Roman Empire has had this desire to control and take over the world, which we know from the Unum Sanctum in 1302, and the other papal bulls that came after, the testamentary bulls that came out, and so on.
The Constantine.
Yes. So I would I'm not knocking Christianity or because we know that Christianity was started by Pontius and Boetius in Alexandria, and these were Africans. So it's like what you're saying, that they mustn't leave their Bible. I'm not telling them to put down their Bibles and start, going to become what one would call Kemetians or and because we know that a lot of what is coming from Kemet is what has been translated into Jewish folklore and then from Jewish folklore to Greek folklore, and from Greek, because we know that Alexandria, he sacked the temple in 333 BC, and one of his one of the students of Alexander was I can't remember his name, that teacher that they greatly laud and honor his name, was the Greek leader's teacher, and they took over the library and burned what they didn't understand, and took for themselves what they wanted for themselves. So around knowledge in the evolvement or the evolving of the religion that they call Christianity is good for us to know, and that way we wouldn't be obsessed with many of the things that we are obsessed with. So I just thought I'd come in and mention that, so that we could erudite ourselves better and be less emotional in the things that we were taught to love, or the things that we've come to love, and we could be more, more logical in our assessments of what knowledge is needed to take us to the next level of learning. So I hope I haven't gone off course of what you were speaking to earlier, but it would seem as if you have now, because you've moved on to another level. But I just, from that point back then, I wanted to come in and really sort of like speak to the knowledge of what the Jesuits were and who we understand them to be from even before we started to get erudited by yourself with regard to the oath of the Jesuits. So with that, I'll vacate and leave and stand down, as they would say. I leave the floor open to others to respond if they want to, but that is my bit to add to their edition of tonight's class.
Thank you for that, Noble. Yeah, I should have called you in from when you I left you two hanging there. I apologize myself, because I seen your hand up there for a while, and I knew you would have came in with some greatness, and that is good that you did that. Talking to remind us about the Constantine hegemony, and that's not a bash. We're not here. You're right. We're not here to bash Christianity or anything like that. It's clear that it's a political platform that they've used against our own people. Real Christianity is not what it is. I mean, it is what we are already, made by God already. All right. So please, if you're new to the class, please study with us and learn that we're not bashing any of these things. It's just these things were one of the problems in the world that we've had for generations that was hindering us from being or able to obtain the abundance financially on this planet. All right. All right. Thank you for that, Noble.
Point of interest.
Let's go ahead.
I don't want to turn this into a religious discussion, but sometimes when certain points are made, because I'm a theologian, I just feel I'm persuaded to say something, and I'll be brief. If you go to Jamaica, there's a fruit that we call PAIR, pear. If you come to Canada, that same fruit is spelled not PAIR, but AVACADO. If you go to other countries around the world, your name may be Stephen, but they call you Stephanos. Your name may be Peter, but they call you Pedro. The point I'm making is when it comes to a name, various translation and transliteration and language allow names to be spelled differently, but you're talking about the same thing. So if I talk about a peer being a Jamaican and a Canadian, and I talk to a Canadian about it, and I say I want a pear, what is a pear? Oh, that thing. Oh, you mean avocado. So we have been having this discussion over a period of time. If you go back to the languages, Yeshua was Jesus' original name. Yeshua became Jesus in Greek. So the Hebrew is Yeshua and the Greek is Jesus. Jesus became Jesus because of translation problems and pronunciation problems. I don't have the time to get into all of it, but you can just do a research, even on the internet. How did Yeshua from Greek became Jesus? And we can solve that problem. It has absolutely nothing to do with no Zeus and all of that. It's garbage. I've heard this being said before. Zeus and Jesus has nothing in common. So we need to get that clear. All right.
Point of interest. How did Heru become Jesus?
How
did Heru?
I don't want to turn the gentleman's class into a religious discussion, which we sometimes do and get out of hand. I would like you to just do a research. I can put maybe a video in the comment section, but I don't want to take up the class time.
Or the world's 16 crucified saviors. Have you ever heard of a book called The World's 16 Crucified Saviors? Or Christianity Before Christ?
The World's 16 Crucified
by George
Saviors?
G.M. James. By George G.M. James or
I
by
don't
Percy
read every book, sir. No, I'm not acquainted with that.
Well, Christianity existed before Christ. Basically what I'm saying. A long time before Christ, the Christ.
Like I said, I don't want to turn the class
I yield.
To be a religious discussion. I just thought I would say that. Elder, move on with the lesson, please. Thank you.
Ashe. So we'll leave that for another time, another discussion.
Yeah, keep coming back,
Yeah. All right. So thank you. All right, let's continue. All right. The African Union and the American Union. Because of the African Union, we were able to put ourselves in a very, very rough space when it comes to economics on this planet. I want you to put this down as a note, if you don't have it as a note, that by the time you are the age of 14, you were supposed to make a proclamation and declare your pedigree nationality. It doesn't say so much. If you do the research, I should say, into what I'm talking about at the age of 14, when you look up the word minority versus majority, and we're not talking about in numbers, we're talking about consciousness in law, especially consciousness as one growing up to be an adult, where you have the baby, the infant, growing up to become into their adolescence at 14. 14, their teenage years. adolescence being taught to them. Part of their adolescence being taught to them is social and culinary and things of that nature that help with dealing with families and living and cooking for the family. Cooking is very important. I don't have to tell you or go into that in depth. But because of 14, we didn't make that declaration and we didn't know we had to. Other countries around the world, other cultures around the world, they already know this stuff. They mostly declare who they are. When they come to countries like Canada or US, a lot of them, most of them really come as nationals, just to come and see how the school runs or to learn or be edified in the culture or how to live in the world of God. What Black people and Moors have forgotten in history is that where the Americas is, including the islands and Africa, is the Garden of Eden. And it's known around the world as God's land, the land of the gods. Our people forgotten that it was named or known around the world, many, many names, but one of them is known that it's the land of the gods. The land of the gods. What happened is exactly what even Michael was saying and what Patrick was saying about the paper bulls and all of these things. And we just read about the Jesuit oath. I want to ask you something. When it comes to understanding all of this, geography is very, very important. Having your business and your lives, your family, and I say family connotatively, put together, the family planning is very important, especially that we're waking up so rapidly around the world and realizing, wait a second, we didn't have to do that. How many people here thought that they had to register a trust or register their business with the country or state that you live in? How many people here thought that you had to do that? That's what you have to do, and that's the only way you can have a business. iPhone, I see your hand up. The floor is yours. Okay, you're just saying you agree. You're one. All right. Romy says me. So everybody else here knew you can register your business or not register it, but declare your business. Is that what everybody's telling me? Everybody here knows that if I open up a business tomorrow, all I have to do is declare it. That's all you're saying? You don't need a registered number? Everybody knew that? Well, I guess we don't need this class then. Then how come we don't have businesses that are international in foreign to the jurisdiction that you live in? 71 people. Or is it that 71 people here only work for other corporations and other families that are not your pedigree? All right. Well, we didn't know. Did you know that you didn't have to register your car into their jurisdiction? Even the car you drive. Did you know you didn't have to register? Say that again?
I did not know that one.
Well, it's the same thing with the house and everything. Because we don't know that you didn't have to register to them, we do. Did you know that you didn't have to register your baby with them either? I know you know that. You must know that. Right? You didn't have to register the baby with them either. Well, that's the same with everything. If you don't have to register the baby, that means you don't have to register the property, the house, the car, none of those things. This is why we don't have our own, because we think that we have to register with them, when all you had to do was register it with your own community. Your own community. Your community of people who have or voted that we should have this plate for the car, this ID for the people, this form of mode of transport to get from A to B when we want to go somewhere. We keep crying about what they're doing to us when we really should be sitting back and going, you know what? Why are we crying over travel when we can have our own plane?
Mm-hmm.
If you have your own plane, would you complain about travel? If we had our own plane, you'd be able to travel on our plane. Just bring your MAT-D or your travel cards and just jump on the plane.
And point of interest, I've discovered, because I'm doing a little piloting too, that it's not very expensive to own small planes. You can get a plane up to $30,000-$40,000.
Yes. Yes. Right? And just buying a ticket for the plane already pays for that. So we really don't have no excuses, do we? Right, Willie? Willie, you can open up an airline tomorrow, just from, right?
Of course.
And it flies our own, and it flies everybody else's. If they have the passport or have their travel documents put together properly, we'll fly you.
Of course.
Right? John Travolta, the actor, right? Him and other people like him have their own airport at their house. Okay? That's to show you what Willie's talking about is for real. That you really, really have no excuse, honestly.
Yeah, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I was shocked. It's just by doing these pilot lessons, I have come to understand that when a guy showed me that he bought a plane for like under $30,000 in the US, I'm saying, what? He couldn't believe it when he tell his friend that he's going to buy himself a plane. I say, are you crazy? And he got a plane for like $30,000, and there are some selling for less. And the guy takes his trip, go where he wants to go. He just made the airline know that the traffic controllers know when he's doing his thing. That's all you need to do. Yeah.
Right? Fly in and land the plane, even purchase a rental spot to park the plane for whatever. Right?
And most of us think it. I mean, and we buy cars that are for up to $40,000-$50,000, and we think that, oh, a plane? Are you crazy? Yes, you can.
Right? Okay, then. Okay. So now you know how Drake and them guys and these people can afford a plane, a private jet. Okay? Because they're, just like you said, they're not really that expensive, and they're just as much as cars or a good house.
Yes, just the same way you see some older model cars, people still have them, those little buggies and things like that. There are some Cessnas, some small plane, and they're very reliable. Recently, I took a lesson in one of them in Niagara Falls, and the guy told me that this plane is from like in the 60s, and it's still doing lessons, and it's never had any problem. So all you need to do, maintain the plane. That's all you need to do, and they're just like a good old car, so nothing to fear, and just make sure you know how to take off and how to land.
Ashe. where we're gonna need people like you in the future to be the ones to open up those venues to make sure that we get to our destinations on time, because there's a lot of craziness happening in this world, and it really has nothing to do with us, but us learning and going, well, we need one of those for ourselves so we don't have that problem that people are having today.
Y'all need to sponsor me. It's very expensive.
Well, that's what the ticket's for. That's why they charge. So it can work out. We'll talk about that in the future. That's something that I'm talking about, is that you can have it now. It's there. All of the credit around the world for the Europeans has been frozen. And this is what I'm going to show you on your screens right now. All right. So United States, and I want you to put this also in your notes. United States Corporation isn't just, this is how they were able to take over the world. Can everybody see this? United States, because they've taken our platform and been performing and pretending to be us, United States Corporation was pretending to be the entire globe. This is why they can come into countries before and say, hey, man, Korea, you got weapons of mass destruction? Put them down or give them to us or destroy them. I want to see something. I want to do a test with you. Okay? This is the United States that you're looking at. The corporation, United States. This is Africa that you're looking at. This is Africa that you're looking at. I want to ask you a question. Is Algeria in Africa, Libya in Africa, are those United States?
Are you meaning Liberia?
Liberia, sorry. Liberia? Is that United States? David says yes. All right. Grenadine, he said yeah. Yep. Mm-hmm. Johnny said no. Yes, it is US. How about is Israel? Is it Israel US? Mm-hmm. How about Egypt? Is Egypt US?
Are you saying that because you're saying that the land is connected, or not? It's connected. It's not divided by water. Is that why you're saying that?
No, I'm saying that in the commercial world, we conquered the world, and everywhere is US.
Um, point of interest
Yes, go ahead.
is that because it's being ran through the minor
Through the mind.
corporation
Yes.
out
Should be ran,
of Washington, D.C.
that's right. But it should be ran through the major. When it was ran through the major through us, we ran the entire globe. This is why they came after the Moors in the Americas and took over the global money or the merchant part of us. The trade routes, the Indian trade routes that they call. The whole excuse of Columbus coming to the islands, talking about he lost and looking for India and shit, when really he was trying to take over the trade routes for the West End. They already took over the East trade routes. The war that happened in 1860 and ones that prior to that were all merchant wars. All of them. Not wars of hatred, I hate you, you green, you got polka dots in forehead. It's merchant wars. Merchant wars. The police are mercenaries and are part of the merchant wars. A lot of people who've taken that position, and not necessarily police, but the mercenary and merchant war that's been going on for so long. The people are not broke on purpose. It's because the war has continued since 1860. In the whole world, we governed it using our merchants all around the world. We did business. If you go back as far as Blackbeard, which is known as Captain Morgan, go into the history of his history, where they were always trading with the Iberian Peninsula, known as England, Europe. The Berbers going back and forth. Look how close Africa is to Europe and still connected. Not broken at all. The U.S. corporation, under our U.S. major, took over the world under our name. They invaded the entire planet under our name, using our name. There was a story or a thing I was reading the other day about the Vietnam War in the US, and that when this black man went over to the Vietnam War in the US and was fighting on the US side, he's a US Army, part of the Army. He said that when they got over there, the Viet Congs surrendered so easy. They never won no war. There was really no real battle. There was really no real fight. And they surrendered. They never won. Like US never won that fight. The Viet Congs put down their guns. And the reason why they put down their guns is because when the man said that when they had them as POWs and whoever they captured and the ones who surrendered, they were inside the camp, and he went to one of them and he asked them, why did you guys surrender or put down your guns? The Viet Cong said, we thought you came to help us because we're the same. We're your brothers. We're the same. We're from the same family, the DNA, same tribes of our people globally. The militant man from the US was confused. He said, It was like, what do you mean? He goes, no, but you guys kept us here captive, but we thought you was coming to help us, so we put down our guns.
The front one charge?
That's when he learned for the first time in his life that the military, U.S. military, was using the black men to go around and perpetrate the United States major, which is who we are, and pretend that we sent them to invade those countries and take over the world in that way. All right? So we have a big cleanup to do. We have the chance to do a lot of things right now. The entire globe was governed by us. I know that even in my experience as a national, realizing that people around the world 100% are waiting for us to wake up and take back the economics, take back and give back the abundance that's been held back from the people that now they want to give to you. Now they want to give it to you through, what's it called? Nasara and Jasara and these kind of things. They want to give you back the abundance that you've always had. The Constitution and the treaties are global. Very, very global. You can use them anywhere in the world. We have treaties for every country in the world. I showed you earlier on that the treaties and the constitutions is the supreme law of the land. And it's not just in the US or the Americas, but all over the entire planet. So the whole problem with us finding out or looking where our people are from, well, our people need to look into the sky and look at their feet and underneath their feet. Because you are exactly what Michael Jackson and Quincy Jones put together when they wrote that record, We Are the World. We're not just Africa. We are the entire globe. And when you look into the history of what was done, when you look into the history of what Noble Drew Ali and what Marcus Garvey had to do, you could see why things went the way they did. Well, ignorance of the law, there's no excuse this time. Since 2006, and especially after 2019, the entire globe credit to all the European countries has been frozen. But your credit, your pedigree, your inheritance credit is not frozen because you haven't been using it. You're the only people on the planet credit that's not messed up because you haven't been using your inheritance. You've been using your estate, but not your inheritance credit. Does that make sense to everybody? That you only been using your estate credit, which is the debtor or the whatever national number, but not your inheritance credit, your unalienable rights that you have. Doing a declaration is all that Noble Drew Ali asked for us to do. And when he put it in documentation, I truly, truly, totally get it. It's so important for us to understand, overstand affidavits, proclamations, declarations. After the age of 14, you were supposed to claim your nationality, which is your pedigree. not some color, but your pedigree, your inheritance to land. You didn't get a chance to do that while you were an infant. When you were an infant, they took your footsteps away from you, or they printed your footprint before you were even able to touch the land or have your feet touch the ground. Because they did that, because they took that from you, after 14 years old, you were supposed to make a claim back. Does that make sense to everybody? Nationality is only that you're doing a reversion of estate and making a claim back to your estate, claim back to your pedigree, which would also lead you to the inheritance that everyone on this planet has. The only thing is, some of us came first before the other pedigrees. Some of us came before the other pedigree. So we have first dibs, whoever came first. First in line, first in time. First in line, first in time. They only put people to be dumb and docile in the world through social engineering, so they would forget that they were first in line, first in time. Because you are first in line, first in time, they were not able to occupy the land, or I shouldn't say occupied, because obviously they did that. What I'm saying is they were not able to say that the land is officially theirs. I've done my research and I've looked and I've seen, if you look into the land registry of any city or country in the world, you will realize that they don't officially say that they own the land. They may use funny law terms or words that insinuate that they are custodians or managers of the land, not owners in all allodial title. Only you.
Yes.
Go ahead, the floor is yours.
So why, especially in Canada, they're selling the land to people? So if you don't own something, why are you selling the land to other people?
That's a criminal act. That's no different if I sell your car, right? If I sell your car, isn't that criminal? Right? I don't own it, but I'm selling it. Well, that's a criminal act. I can't sell your car without proof of ownership, right? Can I sell your house without proof of owning? Can I sell a house to you without proof that I owned it first? Well, that's what they've been doing. And one of the rules or laws when it comes to land is this: land through inheritance cannot be bought or sold. So when you hear people selling land, those are all criminal actions, because land cannot be bought or sold. Why? Can anybody give me a reason why land cannot be bought or sold?
Point of interest?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, I would say because nobody created land. It was here before anything else.
Yes, that's one. That's one. I'll put that on. Go ahead.
Belongs to first in line, first in time.
That's also one. Yep.
You know, we are the rightful heirs to the earth. So we're first in time, first in line, first in time. So, but are you saying that a noble can't acquire and sell land to another noble?
No, because it's not theirs to sell. It's an inheritance.
But if it's inherited, isn't it theirs?
It's ours. You're an heir to it.
Oh, so collectively it is ours, but not individually.
That's right.
Ah, I see.
Right? When you make it individual, it's because you have property on it, which the property is the individual. The land cannot be bought or sold. So when people are taxing the land and telling you that you have to pay land taxes, all of that is criminal actions. Peace and love. I see your hand up. Go ahead. The floor is yours.
Right. No, I was just asking where Patrick was mentioning that Mobile Patrick was saying.
Hello?
Well, obviously. Oh, well, let me yield and let the miniature. Oh, okay. Where Noble Patrick was mentioning about land that we can't sell it because obviously we collectively inherited. But does that also mean because we are part and parcel of the land, like we were created from the land in terms of from the dust, which is the earth? That would then mean that we also can't sell each other. Like you can't put somebody, you can't sell somebody, you make them a slave or anything like that, because you are effectively, that person is part and parcel of the land, and therefore they're part of the inheritance, and therefore that is also occurring, which is what they're doing, like human trafficking, etc., etc. From that perspective. And then I think to further go on to that, then that would also mean that every time a woman has a child, she is creating new land and creating a new estate. And if she puts that in her trust, that is where the wealth is generated for eternity.
Ashe. I hope everybody got all of that. Ashe. Yes. That's why we were supposed to have much children, not because of sexual reasons, but because of economic reasons. It wasn't because we wanted to be, he has too much children or she has too much children. No, it was because of economic reasons. We always had big families, not because of anything else. Big families. Peace and love. I don't want you to lose your thoughts. Go ahead. The floor is yours.
I just have a question. I wanted to know, is there any documentation that verifies that land cannot be sold once it's inherited? Because I've heard you mention that a few times, and I've tried to find even that myself. So is there any documentation that verifies that statement?
Look up under unalienable rights. Unalienable rights. I think it's in our library too. If you
I have that. I have that as well.
Unalienable rights and the maxims of law when it comes to land and commerce. You can look in the commercial maxims of commercial law, where it talks about land cannot be bought or sold. Only. Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say I'll look into it, but continue.
Thank you.
Point of interest.
No, continue what you were saying. You were going somewhere.
With the again?
You were going somewhere with your thought. So I was saying continue because you was gonna say something.
I was only saying that we're to look it up and in the commercial maxims of law that land cannot be bought or sold. It's one of the things that's inherited that everybody has and has the right to have without any charge or lien or finances for it. You know, it's written everywhere that it was, you can look in the Bible that the land was given to the people. I want to get into declarations, proclamations. Thank you for that.
Thank you, Ayu.
You're very welcome.
Point of interest before you move on.
Go ahead.
On the subject. I was listening to a discussion this week about indigenous people and the right to land, as well as we're studying the Constitution in our little book club. And it is a given fact that if land was confiscated according to the Constitution from the indigenous people, they have a right to be rewarded back inland as well. And also as it relates to buying and selling land, the indigenous people are basically it is a given that they have the right to the land, so that is why it's not allowed to be buy or sold. Because if somebody has a right to the thing, you can take away that right from them.
That's right. That's also right. And you never know when they may come back, because someone's got to come back for it. It's somebody's. Somebody owns it to some degree, right? So they're going to come back at some time, and if you don't have an allodial title or some kind of inheritance to it, then it cannot be possibly yours. First in line, first in time.
Right. One of the concern I have, though, is that we're finding that a lot of the indigenous people, because of the impoverishment of their communities, the government is sometimes wanting to do a commercialization of the land, and so they're now like trying to negotiate with them and meet them halfway, and they agree that you can do this with the land, you can do that, and for economic activity and all of that. But I think it's a dangerous trajectory, because when you destroy the infrastructure of land that you live off, especially as an indigenous person, you're asking for trouble, because that's the way most indigenous people do. They fish, they use the land for farming, etc., etc. So when you yield up that right, you're creating a problem. But that's exactly what they're doing these days.
What it is the indigenous people a lot of them are not actually making any claims, and they're not making proper claims.
Proper, right?
Not making proper claims. And I can't say they're not making any claims.
Right.
That's ridiculous, right? But they're not making proper claims. Okay? One, it's only if you own the land, right? Canada or no state can tell you what to do with the land and what they want to do with it. So what their duty as indigenous people was, one of the things that's missing out of them was the very fact that they don't have their own court systems. You ever notice that? When it comes to indigenous people, their court system only goes so far, and not on a national or all over the continent kind of thing. Like in Canada, for an example, if they have their own courts, which some of them do, it's always under the jurisdiction of the Canada and not their own. You know, if it was under their own, they would be more of the all of the Americas. But here's the kicker, though. They call themselves the Canadian Indians or Aboriginals of Canada, which is wrong, because this is America. And when you start calling yourselves this different names, you're putting yourself in different jurisdiction of non-descendable. You're putting yourself in the jurisdiction of stateless, because that's not a state or a country anywhere on this planet named that. You get what I mean? That's a corporation's name. And when you're using their name, don't they copyright their name? So you get to use it, and they get to tax you. Once they get to tax you for using their name, then you're under their jurisdiction automatically. This is how they lose on a lot of things, because what they call themselves. If they call themselves something proper and it's related to the history of the land itself, then they'll get back the jurisdiction, and their courts would extend further than and be stronger than their courts here. Because they're supposed to be the leaders, right? If we claim that we're indigenous to the land, don't you think our courts should be the supreme courts already? Right? Not them. They cannot hold Supreme Court because they're not the supreme rulers here.
Again, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but again, the problem, and this is where I see a problem lies as it relates to indigenous people in general. There is no educational system that keeps like their history intact as best as they can. They're not learning the laws and their rights, etc., etc. So what you find as time goes by, they just yield. And I find if you have a right and you don't exercise that right, just the same way, like in Canada, I can tell you there are literally hundreds of benefits that every citizen can access, financially and otherwise, but it will never be given to you if you don't know about it. So you have to have people who pass on this knowledge in books, in their oral traditions, etc., and let their kids know so they protect it. But the problem is the ignorance is what the government is thriving on. That's why government love when you're poor and you're ignorant. Those two, they love when you're ignorant and when you're poor. I yield.
Well, I want everybody to write down this word then, so we don't continue to be ignorant anymore. Everybody ready? I want you to write down the word race and put in colons after it. Race, colons, means competition. And that you're in competition with the entire world. That's called race. It's the biggest Olympics on the planet. Called race. Where you're in competition. And you already know that. Because anytime you go to a store or anywhere and spend your money with other pedigrees, well, they look at you different and they know that you don't understand what the word race means. Has nothing to do with your complexion, but it has to do with the absolute running in a marathon or competition where there's a first place, second place, third place. Remember we were talking earlier on, first in line, first in time? Well, that's connected to race. The run, the sport between pedigrees. You know, friendly competition. Now, think about this. In a race, this race is for money. This race is for trillions and gazillions of dollars and the control of the world. Are you going to teach somebody who's in the race how to run? Would you? Would you teach somebody in the race that's not on your team how to run, how to do the hurdles, how to do the swimming competition? Now we got boxing, how to box, and this is all for money, all for the rulership and who is the best on the land and who rules the world.
Which is why I'm saying that they're not going to teach you in their system, but so you, as an indigenous people, need to have your own educational system.
Ignorance of the law, there is no excuse. Always look into the law and look at what are the maxims. want everybody to put in your notes. When you look into the law, look up the maxims of that particular law. Whether it's commercial, look up the commercial maxims. Whether it's contractual law, contract law, look up the maxims for contract law. When you look up these maxims, they stand the sands of time. And you can put them in any document or in any argument, and they win. Just like how if we were to argue over 2 + 2 being 4, it's not an argument, is it? Those are also called stare decisis. And we've talked about that in last week's class, stare decisis cases. When I was showing you a proclamation, in parts of the proclamation is the stare decisis. I want to turn your attention to a proclamation because we're going to get into how do you proclaim your nationality. We talked about why it's important because not only are you getting rid of the bonds that are connected to your social numbers or that birth certificate, but it's bringing you back to the inheritance of land. It's also bringing you back control of your communities. The things that you always wanted to learn that was never taught in this race to run the competition between all pedigrees. Are you mad at them because they didn't teach you how to run faster than them? Because they know already if they ever taught you something, you're going to run right past them. Do they want that? I don't think they do. I'm not saying, but what I'm saying is sometimes you got to put yourself in their shoes or somebody's shoes to know how they're feeling or how they do things in the world. When you could see from both angles, that's exactly what Shabazz L was saying, Malcolm X, in his biography, is to see things from all angles. In a world of 3D, 4D, 5D, all angles. Put yourself in their shoes sometimes. I'm not commending what they did to us. Is valid because there's no check or anything that can compensate on that, but the run, the competition, the race. We can't sit here and act like we didn't do it to them. As far as my study and understanding is that we actually kind of did it to them. Well, that's because we became ignorant of the law. I want you all to look up the word land. You put the word race in, and the word race is the biggest Olympics on the planet, where there's a first place, second place, third place. And it involves your pedigree. I want you to look up the word land in law. Because over a minute ago, we were talking about your association with land that Noble brought up, and he's 100% right. So if the land is yours, putting a corporation and declaring it, shouldn't that be easy? All right. I'm going to turn your attention to your screens again. Let me know if you all can see this. If you can't see it and you need it to be bigger, let me know. All right. David P., I see your hand up. The floor is yours. Or I should say, yeah, David P.
Right. I just want to make a quick, I was supposed to make a comment about something else, but when you were talking about ignorance to the law, I recall a recent conversation with another associate of mine, he had always wondered why, when you ended up in the courts here, the magistrate would say, ignorance of the law is no excuse, and then they would throw whatever fine or whatever it was at you. So he asked a magistrate friend of his what was really meant by that phrase, ignorance of the law is no excuse. And the magistrate said that the laws of the country are made for the people, and it's the responsibility of the people to know the laws, right? So as a result of that, if you don't know the laws or you didn't spend the time learning the laws, it wasn't his fault because he's just there to enforce it, right? So it is your fault for not knowing it.
Not knowing it. That's right.
So that's why they can say ignorance of the law is no excuse. Obviously, over the years, the government here has taken civics off the curriculum, so it hasn't been taught here for about 30 plus years, 40 plus years, and so on. But it is yet assumed or presumed that you ought to know what the laws are because they're being made as a citizen of whatever jurisdiction you're at. The laws are made for you. So you should know what they are and how to use them and enforce them to your advantage. Because as Benjamin Franklin or Benjamin Bay said, that he who doesn't exercise his rights has none. And I yield the floor.
That's right.
That's right.
Ignorance of the law, there is no excuse. You know what? For extra study, I want everybody to look up how many countries in the world honor that saying. Ignorance of the law is no excuse. Look it up. How many countries? Ignorance of the law, there's no excuse. You'll see that many countries all over the world honor that. And they're not sitting here playing no games with you because you don't want to learn or know the law. Peace and love. Do you have a question? I thought you did. I wasn't sure. I thought you put your hand down, but I wasn't sure.
I have a question, but it was from something you said previously. I know you mentioned that the indigenous people went about it the wrong way. So I wanted to know, what is the right way to claim land? And just like basic steps, not like a whole big, because I know I'm kind of drifting you back. So like, what are the basic steps to go about it the right way to claim land?
This is how you claim all of it. And this goes for if you're going to claim car, if you're going to claim property, if you're going to claim land, if you're going to claim yourself, you're going to claim blood, you can claim things at placenta, anything you claim to be yours. All right? Everybody ready? This is a proclamation. How many people here live in a country where when somebody has a baby, they put that proclamation on like television or they put it on their lawn? Like in Canada, they have like a, what's that bird that carries babies again?
Stork.
Pelican?
Stork.
The stork, right?
Stork, not stork.
The stork. The stork, right? And they would have a picture of the stork, and in the stork's mouth, he would have the baby, and on the baby, it would have the baby's name and weight and all that stuff, and saying to everybody that this is the baby and that they've just had a baby. That's a proclamation.
Mm-hmm.
That's a proclamation. I think I should show you some examples of proclamations too. Let me see. Let me see if I can show you some, because proclamations come all in different ways. One of them is in paper, 11 by 14, legal size, proclamation. Anytime that you're doing a proclamation or you're claiming anything as the living claiming anything, you would do it in legal size paper or lawful size paper, which is 18 by 14. That would fall under private also when you're exercising as a private or in private. Letter size paper is public. So if you want to talk to the public in any form, let's say you're a national and you're suing the public for something, you would have to have public forms, but still have your 8 by 14 legal size paper as exhibits inside of that statement of claim or whatever you're doing. Understand that public and private don't really mix. It's a conflict in law. Okay? It's a conflict in law. And just give me a second. Looking up these examples for you. Of different proclamations. All right. A proclamation, and you can write this down as your notes. A proclamation can be a newscast. You know, when you're watching the news and they come on and they say, it's going to rain. That's a proclamation. Or when they come on and say, like the police, they'll say, we're going to watch erratical drivers, and people would know, what's it called? Seatbelts on and stuff like that. Those are proclamations. When they're doing it on the news, it's a declaration. In words, they already have it. So when they're doing it on the news, the declaration and the proclamation has already been made and done. The declaration is just declaring it to on a mass scale. The proclamation is the written form of it. So when you hear them say something like that, then you'll go in your mind automatically go to the written part of it, which is the law. They might have made an act, code, or an ordinance that goes with that proclamation, that declaration. Does that make sense to everybody? Does that make sense to everybody? Anybody have any questions? That's one form of proclamations. And a declaration. The proclamation would be the written form. The declaration would be also in written, but can be declared on television, can be declared in newspapers, can be declared on any platform that will accept the declaration. So as nationals, when people say, where do I send my form and how many forms do I send? Well, you can send them all, but really and truly, you're only sending the declaration. The proclamation could stay with you. These documents have to be notarized. You can go to the extent of authentication also. Please remember that authentication and notary are not the same, but they are on the same plane, the same levels or different levels from each other, I should say. Notary, and then authentication.
May I say something?
Yes, go ahead. The floor is yours.
And I have discovered if like you have someone say using a piece of land that you owned and they have been using it over a period of time, usually it's 5 years, and you have not protested against it, it means you have consented, and now they can have adverse possession, or it means that you tacit acquiescence, I think you call it. I don't know if I'm calling the word properly, but whenever you don't protest, whether it's a declaration, a proclamation, when the government does it, they're expecting feedback. And once the people give negative feedback to the point where it's sufficient, they will retract. But whenever they decide to keep quiet and just allow it, then it becomes law. Am I right?
That is correct.
Okay, great.
Everybody get that? Please write that down, that when a declaration is not rebutted,
Right.
it becomes law. It becomes law. Contracts are the law. Contracts are the law, or contracts is the law.
And the opposite is also true, because if there is opposition, enough opposition to a bill, then it cannot be passed into law.
That's right. So it's got to be rebutted. So you're going to see these things all the time. If it's not rebutted, then it stands.
How am I doing? Am I learning?
Man, you got it on point. On your screens, all right, you see right here, this advertisement says McDonald's, 377 billion served. All right. Everybody sees this? Okay. If they have 100 McDonald's with this sign up, how much are they really saying? And because they have this proclamation and this declaration out there, this declaration that's out there, did you know that they could take this to the bank? How much would it be if they had 100 restaurants with this sign outside? Take your time, take your time, take your time. How much would it be? How much would they be? Because this declaration is what they can take to the bank. One of the things people don't know is that declarations can also be monetized. Declarations can be monetized. That's right. Do you ever wonder how come McDonald's can just sell burgers and still have the business open, and it's only burgers and fries? And it's not no complicated burgers and fries neither. It's because they understand the power of a proclamation and a declaration. The power of it that's notarized and authenticated, meaning that it's true. Especially in an affidavit saying that it's true that we sold 377 billion. Have you heard anybody tell them that they didn't sell that? Has anybody rebutted them? Do you know of anybody who has rebutted them? Have you heard anyone say, no, they never sold that much? Only 5 burgers themselves this week. Anything? No. And because it doesn't, just like what Willie was saying earlier on, it stands as law. And they can monetize it. They only sell burgers, French fries, and burgers. Not complicated burgers, not gourmet. The meat ain't expensive or nothing. And have thousands of McDonald's locations all over the world. A lot of companies do that, especially the Fortune 500 companies. They do that. That's why you can see a Walmart everywhere. You could see a McDonald's everywhere. You could see certain companies worldwide. And all they're doing something simple. You try selling fries and burgers. See how much money you make without doing this. Without doing this. Sell burgers and see how much money you make. Fries, burgers, do it the way they do it and call it something else. And see how much you achieve out of it. All right? These are proclamations. These are forms of proclamations. The form of proclamation is that they have this number, 377 billion, written, and then they declared it through this sign. Because you're not McDonald's, well, you can be. A proclamation serves exactly the same power as an affidavit. On your screens, again, I'm going to show you a proclamation. Earlier on, one of our nobles, Noble David, was talking about the red being the living. He's 100% right. So these are some of the notes that we're going to write down because these are the processes. I'm going to give you the process right now and the different colors that are associated with being a national and writing and corresponding in writing. iPhone and peace. Okay, peace and love first. Peace and love. I see your hand up. The floor is yours.
I know, Cam. I only got a proclamation. I don't know what else is the next basic steps, like just a basic steps behind it. I got proclamation. What's number 2?
A declaration.
And what's number 3?
Notice of proclamation. Notice of proclamation and declaration.
Okay, what's 4?
Sending it out.
And that's it? So that's all you have to do?
Yeah, sending it out and practicing the administrative process. Because now you have the notice. The notice would be the cover page to all of those. So you'd send out the declaration and the notice together.
Okay.
You keep the proclamation. Make sure these documents are notarized. If you want to authenticate them, go ahead and go authenticate them.
And you're also providing your documentation as well with it?
Say one more time. You're providing your documentation.
With it, your declaration as a noble, you're sending that along with the notice and the proclamation?
No, you're only sending the declaration and the notice.
Okay.
You keep the proclamation.
Okay.
You keep the proclamation, all right? In the notice, it's going to talk about the proclamation, and it's going to also talk about the declaration and when the proclamation was created and when it's being declared. In the notice, in the declaration, it's going to talk briefly about the proclamation and the declaration that is being made at the time. Inside the proclamation that you're looking at, it goes more in depth of what you're proclaiming. So let's say they wanted to see in depth what you're proclaiming, then they would get the whole document of this proclamation.
Okay.
Does that make sense to everybody? Declaration doesn't have to be 20 pages. It could be 1 page. 1 page. A proclamation like this one can be 100 pages, 40 pages. This one happens to be probably like 9 or 10. Let me see. If I remember correctly, this is about, 10 pages. 10, 11 pages. Okay. When you're creating a proclamation from your nationality, you want to fly your flags or your pedigree. As you can see on this proclamation, it has our seal of the Moorish nation and our flag. All right. iPhone, I see your hand up. You have a question, iPhone? The floor is yours. iPhone, you there? iPhone.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Hello?
Yes, go ahead.
Sorry, my phone is a bit funny. It's just going back a little bit further. It's just a quick question. I was just wondering if it would be possible, when you mention the lawful terms, is it possible to each time spell it out so we have the correct spelling? The one I'm referring to at the moment is, I think it was I think it was Decius or something, Decius.
Oh, stare decisis.
That's it, yeah.
I'll have somebody put it in the chat. Stare decisis. It's 2 words, by the way. So it's stare and then decisis. E-R-E. Stare. Decisis. D-E-C. I-S-I-S, I think. Okay, look, I put it in the chat. Thank you, Micah.
Thank you. Is it possible, like, if you're mentioning like newer terms or like lawful terms, afterwards, is it possible to spell it? Because sometimes it's hard to get the spelling, because it's kind of like you'd have to, guess a little bit. And if you want to research it afterwards, it would be harder because you don't have the correct spelling.
Ashe. No problem, no problem, no problem.
Thank you very much. I yield.
Rich, I see your hand up. The floor is yours, Rich. I see your hand up. The floor is yours, Rich. All right, I guess we'll come back to you later. Peace and love. I see your hand up.
Hi, it's me again. Okay, I just had a thought, right? previously you mentioned that sometimes in regards to when you're doing your due diligence in who owns the land, it's very cloudy. Like the majority of the time you cannot find a person who actually owns the land. So how would you go about that?
First in line, first in time. What that means is the first people on the planet, they get to own it first. They get to claim it.
Yes, I understand that part, but how would you go about it?
It'd have to be through declaration, proclamation and declaration, where someone's making a claim for that land or that space. It's always done through a declaration, proclamation. So let's say you want to claim that land around your area right there. You'd have to do you would have to do the proclamation and declaration, declaring it and putting it out in public for at least minimum 14 days. Minimum 14 days for it to be rebutted. After, then it stands as law.
When then what do you do after that?
That would be called a default.
Oh. Okay.
Right. We're going to get into the process of the administrative process in a minute. I just have to get through this what a proclamation is and what the colors are about, and then we'll go into the administrative process part.
Okay, thank you, I yield. I appreciate it.
Very welcome. Very welcome. All right. All right. So this is the proclamation. All right. In the world that we live in, this is all you really need in the world. But because of tyranny and education being the forefront of people's knowledge, what the J.D. Rockefeller and Frederick T. Gates system has taught the people may make you want to have more than just a proclamation, but lots of documentation just to say what you always want to say on your heart. Say what's in your history, in your culture, and who you are claiming. Long time ago, all you had to do was just do a proclamation and declaration. Today, I've seen proclamations and declarations longer than any volume of any book on the planet. And you wonder, how do you mail all of that? Like, how does one mail it? But then the principle of the proclamation, not necessarily having to go anywhere, but only the declaration says that. Well, the proclamation can go forever. It can be books and pages and claims that you are making. Like, for an example, some of our nationals will put a judicial claim like this, notice and proclamation, and add like a live life claim to it, which is also claiming a lot of other things, like even the hair follicles or the follicles on your head. You know, I've seen people claim even their limbs and the blood, knowing and putting in detail the type of blood that they have, whether it's O or A or whatever have you. In a proclamation, that's what's in a proclamation, is more in detail, more in length when you talk about it. If you're talking about claiming the blood, or claiming, let's say the blood, you're going to put down what type of blood it is. If you're doing the history of what that type of blood is, then that would go into the pedigree and go into the history where those people who had that blood were one of the first people on the planet. For an example, how many people here have O blood? O blood. And this is not to put down anybody who has like B or A or anything, but first in line, first in time. O blood, right? O positive.
That's universal blood.
Mm-hmm. Right? What does that say? If it's universal blood, isn't that kind of Satan saying, not Satan, saying that first in line, first in time, if it's universal?
Yep.
Right? Noble. Are all the bloods universal?
No.
Right? Don't they come in order, right? And knowing that order is important because every culture knows that order. And because they know that order, they're taking initiative and action, not passive, but being active on land and anything to do with commerce. Like the Chinese. Are you mad at the Chinese that they're taking over places like the islands? Are you upset with that in the world of the race? You can't be mad at that. Okay? So, first in line, first in time. Proclamations are just going in depth, mainly, like this one is. You can find a template of a proclamation inside of our archives group, Noble Drew Ali Archives and Noble Drew Ali National Library on the Telegram groups. Feel free to go in there and grab a proclamation and a declaration. As you can see, this proclamation is in red. As a national, when you're nationalizing, because we live in the world of claims. It's a commercial world of claims. You have to signify or give signal to your understanding between living and corporation. The living and corporation.
May I ask a question?
Before you do, I want to ask this question. Is Corona, the company that sells the drink, is that a living person or a living entity? Corona. Sounds like a woman's name, don't it? Is it a living? No, it's a corporation named Corona. Yes, there might be a woman named Corona, but they are doing corporation movements and making money for profit. It's not a donation, it's for profit. And I'm pretty sure if you were to look up the Corona Corporation, you would see that they are registered for profit.
Well, we just because they have something, so we don't.
So don't get corporation and the living confused. The living writes in red, just like how you see in this proclamation. If you notice, the other color is black. It can be blue also. It can be blue like this. It can also be blue. When you're talking about corporations. Everybody watching your screen? Everybody watching the screen? So there's black and there's blue. Black and black represents the dead. Blue is the corporations, which also represents the dead. But it's saying, when you see it in blue, it's saying that it's operating as the corporation, as the business, under admiralty law, the law of the sea, or the law of water. If you were making a chart, red would be the living, blue would be, red would be the land, and blue would be the sea. Black would be the morgue. When you see blue writing, commercial dealings is happening. You're often seeing words in black writing, which means that's dead. It's funny because, authors, when you go buy a book or pull up a book, authors won't write in blue and red and all that kind of stuff. They write in black. So when I learned about this, I was like, wow, that means everything in those books are dead? Well, not necessarily. Not necessarily, but it should have been written in red. There's a lot of things that should have been done, like the syntax, grammar, or putting the words in its proper etymology, definition, denotive, not connotative. So don't get mad at books and authors. Give them a break because they didn't know it either. But it's for you to really dissect it and to get the true essence of their writing. The true essence and what they were really talking about. The symbology. There's other colors that you can write into, like purple. We won't go into that today.
A point of interest?
Yes, go ahead. The floor is yours.
Sorry to interrupt, but if an author is writing a fiction book, because it's fictitious characters, should they not be writing in black because they're not living?
That's right. It should be in red. I remember I think it was the New Testimony books. I remember when I was younger, like when we were in our teens, and mom gave us the New Testament. The New Testament was in red. Whole book was in red. You ever seen that? Anybody? Was it just me? The whole book was in the red.
Yeah, I've seen it before.
Right? Got my New Testament and I'm like reading it, and I asked my mom, how come it's in red? She said, I don't know. She didn't really know herself, but it was just in red. And I come to see that all books should have been written by the living. If you're living, it should be in red. In the future, you're going to see that everything will go back to its natural state. And as crazy as it sounds and seems, yes, red will be something that will be often seen by many and understood by a lot of people. The people.
I don't know. Or if you the way how Jesus spoke, and I listened to the words and just said, see, with these words you can move mountains, and people weren't really understanding the
Now they're in black. Yeah. I remember there was in red. And I was like, wait a second. Okay, I guess now is that in red. Excellent. Shade of that. Woo! All right. That's good stuff. All right. So you have red writing, blue writing, black writing. Red writing's for the living, blue is for commercial dealings or commerce, admiralty law, the water law. All right. And you don't have this in your notes. Deals with the land. When you're dealing with commercial dealings, it would be in the blue. As a national, having a red ink pad, stamp pad, is something that your arsenal, and a red pen, a blue pen. And of course, a black pen. When you're talking to corporations, of course, please keep it in blue or black. When you're referring to your national self, it would be always in red. Can anybody tell me any of the veterans or anybody who knows what color is for air? Because I told you it's law, land, air, and water. What color is air? The air jurisdiction. Ashe.
Purple.
That's right. Purple. Purple. And it's also, yeah, that's right. Peace and love. It's related or associated with royalty. What was conquered was the land with water law, admiralty law. Let me ask you a question. Can admiralty law conquer land? Or can it be used on land?
Nope. It's not supposed to.
Why you say?
The separation between water and land is two jurisdictions. Land is to do with the people, which is treaty, and admiralty is to do with commerce, what they may be dealing with us.
Ashe. Right? Is the living commercial? Is the living commercial?
It shouldn't be.
Well, it's not. Right? And this is why they were able to create, or not they were able to create, this is why you have an estate. They can only talk to you through your estate. So please keep that in mind or in note, that when you're talking to a corporation, they can only talk to a corporation back. When you're talking to the living to a corporation, it's very hard for them to respond back, which would cause them to do what? Tacit acquiescence. This is the position you want to get them in at all times. Tacit acquiescence. That you're only speaking to the living at all times. Don't tell me that the bank royal gave you a loan. It's impossible. Only living can give you a loan. Right? Only bishop can give me a loan, not the bank, because there's got to be someone who owns the money or owns those finances. These are exactly chess moves. Skills reading my mind. Okay, these are chess moves you're going to need to know. All right. So in layman's terms, can one have a debt?
Nope.
Can the living have a debt?
Nope.
What's the only thing that can go in debt?
Fiction. Legal person.
Uh-huh. Say that one more time for them, Noble, because some of them have debts and they're like, no, that's mine. It's mine. And that's going to give you a heart attack by next week, Wednesday.
Just the legal person, just the fiction, the all cap name, the straw man. The estate, the trust, many different ways you can chalk it up.
All right. All right. Thank you, Noble. Excellent. So in your proclamation, all you're doing is claiming the living. That's why it's in red. For those who are new to our class, it's a long history of why these colors come into play, especially after 1666, when magistracy claimed everybody on paper is black or dead. This also is associated with our people calling themselves black. Do you now see why it's not good to say we are black in any way? Right? Dead and lost at sea, exactly. And that's on paper. So to reverse it, everything would be in red. All right. Proclamation. There are many things in it. This one particularly talks about a lot of law that's involving or has to do with you as the living. You are not dead. You are the living. And under the laws of the living, which is the divine laws of God, Allah, Buddha, Krishna, whatever you're picking are the laws, whether it's a Zodiac Constitution, the Constitution of 1774 or 81. Or the treaties. All right. Get this document or a proclamation from our archives group or the library that we have on Telegram. You also can get one from rvbaypublications.com. R as in Robert, V as in Victor, Bay spelled B as in Bob, E as in Echo, Y as in Yo-Yo, publications.com, and get yourself a proclamation template. All right, I'm going to fast forward now. We're going to go a little bit quicker because time is running out. As you can see in black, these are stare decisis. In this proclamation, this individual is also claiming traveling and his rights to travel, his unalienable the rights to travel and was putting in this document stare decisis inside of this writ. Okay. Supreme Court decisions that do not change. This is why I'm telling you to look up the different maxims in law, that these are laws and things that never change. I don't care what year it is. It could be 4041, the year 4041. These do not change and last the sands of time. So in this one, this individual put in the right to travel, to mode of conveyance, the right to locomotion are all absolute rights, and police cannot make void or exercise of right. And that's a stare decisis case that can be used and was used. Right? This individual is from Canada and still use this and still beat a traffic court case. With the traffic court and showed them all of these different stare decisises and was able to dissolve or to get the case dismissed. These stare decisis are exactly what maxims of law are. They're the same. So look them up and have your arsenal of maxims of law. Because when you write a proclamation, you want to decorate it with your knowledge also. Even though this is a template, study and put your own and create it. I remember when we gave this template the first time and we had our friends from the UK join our classes, they were able to modify it the way the UK is. And that was a beautiful thing, right? You can also find that inside of our archives group for the Noble Draw Lee Telegram group. If you're part of the UK or from the UK and you're here today, feel free to go there and grab that proclamation also, right? And add your own. All right. Let's quickly. This proclamation okay. At the end, it's very simple. It just has to set an area for autographs. Autographs and signatures are two different things. Autographs are placed on the document in red and doesn't really necessarily need all that stuff that you do when you do a signature. Some nationals or most nationals will do it in just printing the words in red to be their autograph. Some nationals, and this is not to knock them, will do it in red, but in their calligraphy or their way that they were to sign a document. As long as you do it in red, it is fine. The cursive also has a problem because it's cursing. So you make a decision on how power and energy will rule your paradigm. All right. A signature is blue. A signature is blue, and that deals with commerce. No bank, no financial institution will ever have a black pen for you to sign a document. It's always be blue. Has anybody here seen or signed a document with black pen? from a bank? No? Always in blue. This is also a strategy to help you when it comes to auditing or making sure that the contracts are there, still intact, is because of the blue signature, the blue wet ink signature, where you could actually inspect the document and could see the groove of one's pressure when signing such signatures or documents. These are things you want to look out for when you're dealing with commerce. In this last part of the proclamation is the autographs. In a proclamation, all you really need is 2 witnesses to autograph it. If you bump into a Grand Sheik or a Grand Governor or anybody who is a Moorish consular officer in any form, that can do notary for you, they can also autograph it too. And an autograph will be in what color? Red. In the chat, you're asking what happens if it's black? If the color is black, if you sign something in black, well, then that means the agreement or whatever contractual thing that you're signing there, it's no good. It's dead. It's dead. And black also means copyright or copied, photocopy. So let's say you want something from a company to prove that there's a blue wet ink signature, but they gave you a black or a copy of it. Is that valid? Can you accept that? If you got a copy of something and you wanted to inspect the original, all right, that's the whole thing, is that you want to get in the position to inspect the original, not a copy, a photocopy or carbon copy. That's not the original. Getting in touch and putting in the mind of yourselves that a lot of things that you got to do have to do with getting the original of everything. If you're doing commercial dealings or any type of commerce, you always want to look for the original, whether it's the original contract, the original bond, the original whatever. All right, so that's a proclamation. Earlier on, when I was telling you about a declaration, it's pretty simple. The proclamation was lengthy, as you can see, and I told you that it can go to many pages, many phases. A proclamation followed, a declaration follows a proclamation. On your screen, this is a declaration. It's not long, it's only 1 page. Declaring the nationality, declaring its oath and treaties and constitutions. The Moroccan Treaty, Peace and Friendship, and the Treaty of 1836 between the United States and Morocco, the Declaration of Rights of Indigenous People, right? And it keeps going. The rights of the child. All right. All of these are contracts. when you're claiming your nationality, what you're doing is reminding them about all the contractual agreements that our ancestors have left or put together or put there for us to still govern the world and our immediate people, our kin. Okay? You can modify this declaration and put the Bible in there if you want to. But make sure that your Bible goes along with the world's true religion. All right? We talked earlier last week that even Thomas Jefferson had a Bible. And these are all contracts. It's nothing negative. He's allowed to do that. I'm pretty sure a long time ago, long time ago, your people had the same thing when you were putting the birth certificates. I remember my grandmother putting birth certificates inside of the Bible and listing, putting it down and making sure that it was there. And I was like, I didn't understand that. I get it now. She was using the Bible as a trust indenture. I don't know if she knew it or not, but that's what it was, and that's what a Bible is. It's a trust indenture. Same with the Vedas, the Quran, the treaties.
Point of interest.
Yes, go ahead.
Isn't it a testamentary document? Old Testament, New Testament, it's a will, isn't it? A testamentary document is a will, isn't it?
Yes, and a will is part of a trust.
Yeah.
So they're hand in hand, yes. You can call it a will also. I do agree with that 100%, because that's what a trust is. It is a will, a testament.
This is Willie. Why Willie must just cool out on us, you know? We're not trying to persecute, you know, Willie. We love you, you know. We just want you to know that there's many things that, you know, we need to just be a little bit with a pinch of salt, as they would say, you know, because we have to use it, man. It's a testamentary document, it's a will. So we're not gonna leave it. All the things that are going on in the world right now, it reminds me of what I used to read back in the day as a young ras, you know, in Revelation. So, you know, we're not fighting on anything, really. We just want to be real, you know, in this time here. That's all. I yield.
Ashe. Thank you for that, Noble. You know?
I had a question earlier, and I don't know if you had called me because I had left the home. Can I ask my question now, please, sir?
Yes, go ahead. The floor is yours.
All right. So how does a person identify as a Moor? In other words, if they say, prove to me that you're connected to somebody from Morocco, how do you prove that?
Say again, how do you prove that you're what? From a certain...
If I should say I am a Moor or I'm a Maroon, and they say, I want proof, show me biological proof that you are a descendant of a Moor. How do you prove that?
Oh, by your blood. Your blood alone proves it. Your skin tone proves it. What's it called? Your hair follicles prove it. All of those things that you are is proof that you're the first here, and that we were always called Moors. I want us to look up the word land again in law. We didn't get to look it up, and that's one of the words I had everybody write down today. Let's look up the word land in law. If you have your Black's Law dictionaries with you, let's look up the word land. Land in law. Land in law. If you found it and want to read it out, feel free to do so.
All right.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay.
TNT, Floor is yours.
Okay, so land, an immovable and indestructible three-dimensional area consisting of a portion of the Earth's surface, the space above and below the surface, and everything growing on a permanently affixed to it. And number two, an estate of interest in real property. And there's a lot more. Should I continue?
Yes. And you're getting your references coming from
The Black Laws Dictionary.
all right. What edition? Go ahead.
Okay, so to continue, it has accommodation land, land that is bought by a builder or speculator who erects houses or improvements on it and then leases it at an increased rent. There's arable land, land fit for cultivation, enclosed land, land that is actually enclosed and surrounded with fences, fast land, often plural, land that is above the high water mark and that when flooded by a government project is subjected to a governmental taking. Mineral land, land that contains deposits of valuable minerals in quantities justifying the cost of extraction and using the land for mining rather than agricultural or other purposes. Public land, lands or land interests held by the government without regard to how the government acquired ownership, unappropriated land belonging to the federal or state government. School land, public real estate set apart for sale or exploitation by a state to establish and fund public schools. Seated land, land that is occupied, cultivated, improved, reclaimed, farmed, or used as a place of residence with or without cultivation. Swamp and overflowed land, land that, because of its boggy, marshy, fern-like character, is unfit for cultivation, requiring drainage or reclamation to render it available for beneficial use. Such lands were granted out of the US public domain to the literal states by acts of Congress in 1850 and thereafter 43 USCA 981 ETSEQ.
Let's go back to the main definition of land. You're reading ceded land and different forms of land. So let's go back to land itself, just land.
Okay, so land is an immovable and indestructible three-dimensional area consisting of a portion of the Earth's surface, the space above and below the surface, and everything growing on or permanently affixed to it. And estate or interest in real property.
In real property. You said estate?
Yes, sorry. An estate or interest in real property. Yes, sir.
Right. So the estate is exactly what we're talking about when it comes to real property. There's other. You said what edition that came from? That came from the Black's Law Dictionary. What edition?
It says here, third pocket edition.
Oh, third pocket edition. Okay,
Yes,
excellent. All right. Thank you for the reading for the pocket version. I think in the chat, I'm looking in the chat here. Peace and Love put up, where'd you get that definition from? It looks like the Black's Law definition, but what edition? That talks about land in the most sense comprehends any ground, soil, or earth whatsoever as fields, meadows, pastures, woods, moors, waters, marshes, furries, and heath. And that's in one of the stare decisis cases with Coe and Litt. Right? In that definition, it mentions the word moors. Moors. We are the Moors. In Europe, they would refer to the Moors as land. And just like what our noble David P. earlier was showing you, that from the dirt, you are that land also. That you are that land also. All right. All right. So declaration is really just one page. Once you have the declaration and the proclamation put together, have them both notarized. Have them both notarized. And then have the notice. Anytime you're doing or creating a writ or a proclamation or a declaration, a notice always goes with it. The reason why is because you're performing now the administrative process. The administrative process is very, very similar to the civil procedures in your countries. Trying to get when you're sending or dealing with the administrative process is there for multiple reasons. One is to get the communication out. But for two, it's there for also doing or declaring anything that you are declaring, whether it's finances or a negotiable instrument. Like say if you were going to discharge a debt in a declaration or an allonge, you'd be declaring that negotiable instrument, right? We won't go into depth about that, but declaring and having a notice is very important. A notice goes in so many ways. For an example, if you were discharging debt, you would have the claim. Well, the claim would actually be that lien. In our class, we say one of our mottos is that the claim is not the lien, but the lien is the claim. So the claim would be there. Along with that claim, there'd be a notice of claim. In your notes, I want you to write down that a notice is your intentions. A notice is your intentions. Those who study law knows that a notice is called your notice of intention. It's actually called notice of intention. It's your intentions. And what's your intentions? To deliver or to give you this declaration or this statement or this affidavit. A notice always goes together with it. Whether you're sending a writ, an affidavit, or declaration, or if you decide to send a proclamation and a declaration, a notice always goes with it. You could say that a notice is your cover page if you want to say that. Cover page. If you were to ask me, what's the cover page? I'll tell you a notice of your intentions. I apologize. The computer's working slow now all of a sudden. But I'm trying to get to show you a notice and how easy it's just a one page or two. You might go to 2 pages if it's that long, but it's really just a brief summary of what the declaration and the proclamation may be, or what the affidavit is, or what the writ is about. In short words, in the notice, when written, if I could get you one just now, in the notice, it will talk about its intentions, and in those intentions will be in a time span. So let's say you want somebody to rebut your declaration or your proclamation or your affidavit or your writ. In your notice, it's going to ask for it to be not a demand, but put on paper for the record to be shown that you told them to rebut it in such and such a date. In a notice, I want you to write down this. I would say, what is it called? It's not a motto, but it is something that goes to all when you are writing a notice. Notice to agent is notice to principal, and notice to principal is notice to agent. All of the veterans and all of our students and people who study law in our classes, we all know that when you put a notice together, that is one of the things that's in the notice, whether you put it before all of the correspondence or after the correspondence, or even before and after the correspondence. Me personally, I always put it after the correspondence of what intentions I have in the notice. Notice to agent is notice to principal, and notice to principal is notice to agent. This has to be written on the document. When I put it at the end of the correspondence, it's usually between me saying that it has to be this document, these documents have to be rebutted in such and such a day, whether it's 21 days or 14 days or even 30 days. I'm requesting for this to be rebutted in that time span. After those days are expired, then it's a default. On the notice, you'll let them know that after those days expire, it will be noticed in default. The default is the next document that you'd send after those days expire. It'd be titled Notice of Default. All right. What I want you to do, so we can have this conversation tomorrow and continue this class tomorrow, is I want you all for your homework tonight, for tomorrow, to look up and read. Look up and read the civil procedures for whatever country or state or district you come from. Civil procedures in law, whether you're from Africa or you're from United States or UK, look up the civil procedures. And I want you to go over them, right? And this is what I want you to look at, because they're really, really big. The acts are very long. So what I want you to look for is this. In the civil procedures, how to file a civil suit. The same way you file a civil suit is exactly the same way you are dealing with the administrative process. The only thing is, I want you to see the difference. That is your homework. To look up the civil procedures in the country that you're from. Because I know that we have multiple people from all over the world who are here in our class. And I thank you all for coming and supporting the class and coming to learn how to put communities together and to build wealth, business wealth, community, finally having our own. I want you to look up the civil procedures. Get familiar with them, especially if you are a creditor or one who's acting as a trustee for a trust, been appointed for a trust. A trustee from a trust. All right? You're going to want to know the civil procedures like the back of your hand. I want you all to be professionals at it, because it'll cut down on time that you create. It'll cut down on time a lot. To help you, and a tip to you, a little chess move again, is to remember that man and woman, child, are the creators of time. Time is not a God creation. It's created by man. Knowing that will help you a lot, because you want to cut down on time a lot when you do your due diligence and study the things that we talk about. Don't take this for light. If you truly, truly want a proper community thriving on proper commercial, not the commercial paper, but commerce properly, using the gold and silver as what it says in the Constitution that's been there for so many generations. Going back to the gold and silver metric and the monetized and banking system. We talk about digital, but we've been in digital this whole time. Digital is over 60 years old. And we cannot be going back into something that we already are in for the last 60 plus years. The only direction that's necessary and is wanted and cried out for generations in time, again, is the fact that we have to go back into the natural state. Just like what Drew Ali said, he said, Moors, go back to the natural way of your ancestors. That means to go back to nature and what things are. Nature doesn't mean just go back to the land, but go back to understand that you are land and that gold and silver was always the banking system and never has changed. Never has changed. All right. So tomorrow we're going to go into more of the administrative process, but I want you to look up the civil procedures. I want you to see the difference. By the time we're finished going over that, I want you to see the difference so you know both of them work and both of them is necessary. The difference between driving a car and the difference between driving a truck. They're both vehicles. All right, we got 15 minutes left. I'm gonna leave the floor open for questions. The floor is open for questions before we close up today. The floor is open for questions at this time. I see your hand up. The floor is yours.
Hey, greetings, Noble. How you doing?
I'm doing well. How you doing?
Excellent, my brother. Excellent. So just a quick question. You're just talking about finance, and is there any progress, or how's progress with the delirium?
Well, delirium's going well. We have our own banks now, and that we're trying to get, we're trying to show the people of how to put delirium even on old credit cards you may have, or if an account was closed, but you still have the card, how to make a claim for the card itself. So it's working very well. It's just now eruditing the people onto how banking should have gone from a long time ago. You know, like how we bank today, you know, so ABC, just go to the bank and do this and that. Banking privately is a little bit different, and eruditing the people is so much fun because you get to see the world from a sky view and perform and have our own currency backed by gold. Solid gold, baby.
Okay, excellent. And are there accounts, Brother Cameron, that we can open?
Yes. What I have to do is, as this semester progresses, one of the classes is actually to teach you about the delirium and the accounts that every one of you can open up when you're ready to open them up and have your delirium. Show you how to connect it to even the cards you have now.
Excellent, Noble. I look forward to that one. I yield. Give thanks.
You're very, very welcome. Yes, delirium is doing amazing things, and we have nobles all over the world putting themselves together and understanding how that works. All right, 1 troy ounce. This is how, what's it called? Abundance is going to come back through delirium. Excellent. Thank you for that, Noble. Romy, I see your hand up. The floor is yours.
Peace and blessings. Thank you, Noble Cam. Question for you with the administrative process, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you do not put a set time for them to respond, what would be the ramifications for that?
It come like my flu get better already.
The ramifications, all because of the principles of it, it stands just like 2 + 2 always equals 4, right? It stands as 14 days.
Okay.
If it's a house or a mortgage, it'll be 21 days. But
so essentially, even if you don't put that within your correspondence, that's the assumed time frame.
Correct. Yes.
Okay. Appreciate your time. I yield.
Very good question. Good intelligence. Right? That's critical thinking right there. That's what I'm talking about. I love that. Peace and love. I see your hand up. The floor is yours.
Okay, Noble Cam, do not judge me, right?
It's okay.
Do not judge me. Okay. I feel like I've got a little grasp on the color of law, but I don't 100% understand it. So like I've even used it as points with a declaration of color of law and so on and so on. But I don't grasp it 100%. So to nip it in the bud, how can you kind of break it down for me in the most easiest way and shortest way possible for me to comprehend it?
Color of law?
Yes.
Okay. This is the most easiest way I feel that most people can get, not just you, everybody. Color of law is this. When people talk in colors, there's an actual law for it, but we're not in control of it. Illuminati is in control of color of law talking. So if I come around saying, hey, white people and black people are the greatest people on the planet, I just put myself in the jurisdiction of color of law. And because I'm talking like this, if I'm caught talking like this, I could be sentenced to whatever that's under color of law. Color of law is only the acts, codes, and ordinances that people call law, but it's not law. And just like proclamations we were talking about today, it's law that they can put out, but if you don't do a rebuttal to it, then they get to produce it or exercise it. That's color of law.
So, okay. With color of law, since it's something that people are practicing, right? I know you can't rebuttal that because it's law.
No, it's not law.
Oh, it's not law. Okay. Okay.
It's pretending. That's why it's called an act. Okay. Right? Mm-hmm. It's called an act because that's what it is. It's only acting. And they can make up an act, but do you agree to it?
No.
Well, then that's the rebuttal. So it can't stand as law because of the rebuttal. And it's also not constitutional. It's not in the Constitution also. So everything that's in the Constitution right now is the law. Okay. Anything after the Constitution cannot be law because the people who created the Constitution, they're not in charge of the government. Does that make sense?
Yeah, like the 14th Amendment. It makes sense.
Yeah, like they just wrote the 14th, the 15th Amendment and all these amendments, but they're not really in charge or supposed to be in charge of government.
And you just throw some stare decisis in it and you're good to go, right?
Oh, Shay.
Okay, I got it. Thank you. I yield. I appreciate you. Great class. You're awesome. Thank you. Good night.
You're welcome. Excellent. Willie, I see your hand up. The floor is yours.
Willie. All right. So, two things. Did you know that the police in Canada, when there's a report written, when it comes to the Moorish people, there is no option that's available except black, or if you want to choose South Asian. And I pointed it out recently, and they said there was no option. That there was an officer who actually took a picture and showed me on a piece of paper that there was no option available to say you're brown or you're maroon color or whatever. And I said, how is it that when you're Chinese, when you're from China, you're called Chinese, Indian? Why is it that when you're from Africa, you're not called Africans? And why is it that you're labeled as black? But there was no option on the paper to put African. So if you want to choose something close to it, you got to choose South Asian. That's one. Two, have you, in terms of, I would love to see this movement grows, and I am making a suggestion that we have annual festivals in the various what you call it, towns, cities, which are maybe eating and some educational flyers and things like that, little drumming, little stuff like that to create greater awareness and publicity. So can you respond to those two for me, please? Thank you.
I can. Let me see. Okay, I'm gonna turn your attention to your screens. On your screens, if you can see here, this treaty is one of the main treaties that we have. And it says it's the Treaty of Peace and Friendship of 1789 between who? Morocco and United States, right? Morocco or Moroccans is the Moors. It is the Moors. So we cannot, it is recognized, it cannot be denied, it cannot be this and that. It's got to be honored and not put in the category of treaties that they do today when they deal with the Indian people. Because what they did was they kind of mixed us together with the Indians and going, oh, they're dealing with Indian treaties. Well, they're not Indian treaties. They're Moroccan treaties. Big difference. Because it goes right back to the race codes of classifying people as Indians or Moors or Moroccans. When it comes to law, law is very, very, very specific. So the Treaty of Peace and Friendship of 1789 between Morocco and United States is the treaty between the Moroccan Empire and the British or United States. United States is the British corporation doing, working and doing business on our land. So for them to say or that they don't recognize it means that they don't know treaty law and how important treaty law really is, how powerful it is. Not Indian treaties, because those are not valid after even the Constitution. It says it in Article 6, Article 1, Section 10, that after this Constitution, there can be never another Constitution at all. Or treaties. So those are things that are chess moves also, is to know that the treaties and the constitutions, there's nothing that can come after them. If they call them Indian treaties, then you have to look at the time that they came out and what year they came out. Indian alludes to the word black, because that was one of the first words that they've called us when we were coming into status. When it comes to status, I want you all to look up, I think they're called ethnicity race codes. The ethnicity race codes. You're going to see the different races that are classified. They have even chocolate on the list for people who are chocolate. If I could just pull one up for you, I'd show you. The ethnicity race codes. Appendix, I think it's called Appendix J or something like that. Give me 1 second. Let me get it. setting up something for our people to celebrate, that'd be fun. It'd be really good to really celebrate who we are. You know, I could see that happening in the future, but right now, a lot of us, especially me, I'm really trying to focus on having our own first. We can celebrate later, in between, and all of that, all of our accomplishments. We can do that. So I don't mind that. I think that would be a great idea for the future, for who we are. That'd be fun. It really would be. All right. So you want to look up appendix. It's called Appendix E, race code list. I'll put it on their screen just now, just to show you the classification and why it's so important to make a proper claim. All right. This is the race code list. Can everybody see this? All right. Before we close out today, all right, this is the race code list, Appendix E. Look under white. Mm-hmm. Egyptians under white. So is it a color? Are you talking about pigment? Or is it status? Look what else is under white. Iranian. Lebanese. Ethiopian. This is under white.
Point of interest?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, I know I've seen on like social media, YouTube or whatever, when people get upset because Ethiopians say that they're not black, and they're, people like perplexed as to why would Ethiopians say that they're not. Point.
Because they think it's a complexion thing. Because when they're talking like that, they're talking about complexion, and we're not having the same conversation when you're talking about complexion.
Case in point. I yield.
Ashe. Black or African American. This is why nationality is important, because law is specific. Law is specific. American Indians. Guess what number we are? Veterans know. The ones who've been here and studied. I know the ones who studied know. These are all the classifications. Native Hawaiian.
So you see, we're being played here because when you're filling out a form as an officer, there's a limited there are limited options that you do have. And that's deliberately so, and they make sure they put you as black. So we as a people need to object to it and say, you're going to have to rewrite that report. I am not black. I don't identify as black the same way the lesbians and the gay can say, I don't identify as he or she. I identify as they or it.
That goes back to us understanding contract law. That was a contract. And in contract law, you're allowed to amend or set the contract where it has what you want as a benefit in it. So one of the things that I've learned is that when you get an application such as that, right, you would add a box for yourself and click that box. That's amending the contract. A contract's only good if both agree to it.
Yes, but remember, it is the officer that's filling out your report. So let's say you have an incident and you're making a report, and the officer goes and make a report. That's what I'm talking about. He does not have the option to say, "Oh, it's an African American." No, he has black, and he put ethnicity black.
See?
So when you get that report now, when you request that report, you need to say, no, change this. I don't identify as black. I identify as, and you tell them whatever. But sometimes we as a people go to an airport or we go here or there and they have on the thing ethnicity, black, and you put black. Don't put black because you're encouraging the nonsense.
See? That's why it's so important to rebut all the time. Now that's why you're supposed to rebut all the time, because these things do happen. And if we are ignorant of that, then we're the ones that are really losing. Right?
And doesn't that prejudice your case in front of a judge? You're suing a white person. Oh, that person is white, but this one is black. So you know that already.
There's a case, if you look up the Willie Dungy case, the William Dungy case of 1856, where Lincoln, before Lincoln was a president, he was an attorney first, right? And he used to defend a lot of the Moors. And one of the cases that he had was a Moor named, they called him Black Bill. But he said, Black Bill, that's not my name. My name is William Dungy, and I'm a Moor. And Lincoln defended that case and won that case. They won $1,000 for that case. Look it up. 1856, if I remember correctly. William Dungy, the William Dungy case. So that was always an issue from so long ago that you had to make sure you put on record to let the record show what you are and what you're claiming to be. And as you can see, you can claim to be chocolate in this one. This classification says coffee. Who's cosmopolitan? What race is that? What racist issues? Are you looking at the list, everybody? Mixed. Word ramp. Mulatto. Indian. Half-breed.
Bushwhacker. What's a bushwhacker? I thought that was somebody that waited in the bush and whacked you over the head. You know,
it's got more at 667 there.
Yep.
Right above biracial.
And mulatto.
Mulatto, below mulatto.
Half breed, rainbow.
So is it that the people the lower down in the list with the higher number, are they considered less important than the ones higher up in the list?
Not necessarily.
Okay.
It's just they're showing how many different runners in the planet called the race.
You got one there, rainbow. Look at that.
Mm-hmm. Multiracial. So when you hear that, oh, this thing is multiracial, who are they talking about?
Tiger Woods, maybe.
Interracial. Oh, so-and-so is interracial, and I think this discussion is interracial. Who are they talking about? That's a race. The rainbow people now make sense? Does it make sense now? Who's the rainbow people? Uh-huh. Biracial. These are words they use in news or in papers and magazines, or when they're interviewing people, or when they're describing somebody.
Okay, Noble?
Yes.
What is Jackson White? Is that an... Okay, I'm sorry.
That's Michael Jackson when he went white.
Yeah, right. But that's Buglar or whatever he's calling it. Co-clan. Okay? These are why you got to be careful. Law is very specific. Did you know there's a race called the unknown?
Point of interest.
Yes.
So is this law or color of law? Because this song little crazy.
Doesn't it? That's why you have to rebut it.
This is color of law, right?
Part of it is, yes. A lot of it is Jewish. Well, who's Jewish? What's Jewish? We talked about it today. What really is Jewish, right?
Yeah, they even got table bluff. They got a bunch of crazy stuff on that.
Multinational. Today's report was dealing with this multinational case from between China and China. Who are they talking about?
And what is other Spanish? That's unusual.
Right? Law is very specific. So don't let that pass you by. If you didn't learn anything today, please at least remember that ignorance of the law, there's no excuse, and law is very specific. Thank you all for coming to our class. Willie, do you have a last question to say? Because this was your question right here that I answered. And I hope that answered it, by the way.
No, I'm good. Thank you very much for tolerating me. And I have learned a lot. I'm really excited about this class and all of that. So, yeah, man, bless up, bless up, bless up. Excellent job, excellent job.
Thank you. Peace and love to you all. I hope you have an amazing, amazing day or evening, wherever you are. And remember the homework. Please look up the civil procedures in your country. And we're going to go in depth with them tomorrow so I can finish dealing with the administrative process and the relationship that they have. Peace and love, everybody. Grand rising to you all. Thank you for coming to our class. Bye-bye for now. Peace and love.
Peace and love. Peace and love.
Peace and love.
Peace and love, everybody.
One love to all.
Grand rising, nobles. Keep rising. Hi.
Peace and love, everyone.
Peace and love.
Bless. Broski. Broski. Yo, Shati. My tweak. Alright, stay up. Crody. I have a big brick in my hand, man. Holy, how am I gonna take my juice, man? With that, man. Bro, that is your feet. So, Mom, can you put my drinks in the refrigerator, fat? I want it in my refrigerator. Fat. I want it in my refrigerator. So, put on. Put it in. Beep. Oh, it's so boy. Oi. Dad? Wait, where are you? Oh. Wait, hold on. Nothing. Can I go for a walk with?
Go on, go on.
It's WH7 all major media methods. Business powerful tools that help you find customers, drive sales, and manage your day-to-day for a low monthly cost. Go to Shopify.com and start your free trial today.